Right. That should be it. Oh, got another follow. Woo. Hey, you alright, Liam? I've kind of moved around the stuff on my screen because I now have my camera over on the right, because I now have a microphone over on my left. And once GoPro actually get back to me and let me send back the GoPro and I can get my money back for that, I will actually get a camera for my face. Interestingly, I could actually probably use the GoPro for the face, but it's a bit expensive. It's like 3 times the cost of the Logitech that I use for... Oh, my palette camera that I haven't actually got written set. Now I can start using my palette cam again. Oh, over the moon. Because you shouldn't hear me scratching and up all of the... What do we call it?
The water pot.
The water pot, thank you. Yeah, that one. Which one is these? No, not face cam. See, I've already set it up. Oh, palette cam border. No, I want that. Wait, so why isn't palette cam... Oh, right, hang on. I've got to activate it. Deactivate. Activate. Why aren't you... Oh. Nope. Still not working. Why aren't you working?
Do you have to turn it on? Or?
It is on.
Is there like an on button
It
on
lies.
the cam itself?
Yeah, the camera's on. I can see like one of the little lights. In fact, I don't need a blue tack on it anymore because those lights aren't visible for me and it won't drive me nuts anymore.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, it is plugged in, otherwise it wouldn't light up.
I don't know then.
No, I know. Don't worry.
I'm
right.
just going through the obvious stuff.
Oh, it's coming up on the little Logitech thingamabobby. What pain in the butt. Right, hang on. Let me turn that one off. I think you have to set it so that it's on one of the other ones first. Right, so it's off. Palette cam. Activate. Yay! Those are my brushes. That's not my palette. Right, now I open the Logitech camera editor thingamabobby because that way I can like sort it out. Alright, lock those in place. It's only like a little tiny thing. Alright, let's get this in place. Oh, see daisies. Okay, you should have put in the voice of Arnold Schwarzenegger first, because otherwise people are just going to read that and then go, oh right, in the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice. So it isn't going to work the way you want it to. Right, Ignore me while I faff around with my palette camera. Which way does it? Oh, and again, here we go. Wait, is that all the way? So this is where the paper starts. That's where the paper ends. Yeah, perfect. Sweetness. Bob Ross's marathon started. Oh, sorry, just randomly got excited. Right. Oh, so how do I sound? Am I too loud? Am I louder than usual? I can turn it down. I can't actually hear myself in the mic, so I don't know. Also, I don't know how much it picks up the sound because it's actually quite close to a speaker. So I'm actually nervous about that. Let me just put on some music. I saw them pop up, but then I was making sure that I was coming online. Let me have a gander. Ha ha ha. Your pictures are blurry, but no, they're cool. It looks like you could probably do with putting some ink on the white, like panel line it. Do you know how to panel line? You can just get like Nuln Oil or Corvus Black Templar contrast, thin it down loads, and then like carefully touch like a really thin brush into gaps, and it will run into all of the gaps. You don't have to be super careful. And if you go over an edge or something, just use your thumb and rub it off. So yeah, just get some panel line, like dark panel lines on that white, and it will really make it pop. And the black is a little bit plain as well. There's actually an easy way you can spruce up black, if you don't want to like go super far. If you paint it a slightly lighter grey, like a slightly lighter black. So Games Workshop brought out a new paint recently called Corvus Black. It's actually just a really dark grey. If you get some of that and then wash over it with either Nuln Oil or thin down Black Templar, it'll give it more value, and your eyes can pick up more that way, rather than it just being matte black from the spray can, because otherwise that'll just look really plain and it'll make people's eyes wander and they won't really want to... It just won't look pleasing to the eye. So yeah, panel lining and spruce up the black. And if you just do both those, that's going to look awesome. Oh, music. I know what I'm doing, really. I may mute myself in a bit because I've clicked like the GoPro live chat agent connecty thing. They've actually got like a terrible service system. It's quite pants, and it can take up to an hour for them to reply to me. So if you randomly hear a bop bop, like really loudly, I might mute my mic and have to like chat with the random dude that comes on. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Abaddon Black. Yeah, they're quite close to each other, aren't they? But still, just plain black is a little bit the... Because that way you can't define anything unless you're going to go tirelessly around every single edge and do like a nice little grey highlight and make those panels pop a bit better. So if you're going to do that, go for that. But if you're not, you need a way to make the black look more interesting by filling the darker areas, because Tau, they have like all these gaps in between the two lines, don't they? And if you can fill that with something darker, it'll make it more pleasing to the eye and you'll be able to spot it better. Right, so my distilled water, like 5 litres of distilled water turned up the other day, so I'm using that on the palette. Yay. Now I'm going to remember what I was doing next. I was finishing up the gold, wasn't I? Actually, we can start working out how to do your gun colour, yeah. Nah. Oh, where's my rubbery thingy? There it is. Now I know it focuses in a certain place and then goes no elsewhere. Thankfully, I've actually like set it right above my desk this time, so there's no like interference of anything like randomly sat behind it that it might focus on better. I faffed around with this for like an hour trying to put it in a decent place so that it would pick up nicely. I mean, if I zoom in a bit too far, it gets a little bit grainy. Yeah, you can see it's a bit grainy there. But if I put the camera any closer, it's too close. I set the camera up in a space where it would be just out of where my face cam would pick up. So it's like just above me. But no, that looks good enough for me. I've also been chatting to Darren, Mr. Dazzy of Twisted Dice. He's been giving me some advice on how to start making some videos so I can start doing some tutorials and yeah, such. Let's get this a little bit higher. There we go. Alright, so colour. We need to start playing with colour. I've got the picture for your plant. Wherever I saved that. Might be in downloads actually. Nope. Fluff. Where's that? Actually, I might have saved it to the desktop. That might have been a smart idea. There it is. Huzzah. Big purple penis plant. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Yummy. So let's open this on Psi and start separating the colours. Where's open with? Oh, there it is. So if I open this on Psi and start breaking down some of this colour, we can have a look. Oh, that's a nice colour. Nothing but purple penis plant. Yep, that's it, G. Your guns are purple penis plant. It's a thing. Right, that's Bugman's Glow right there. So Bugman's Glow is a mid-tone. It looks like Druchii Violet wouldn't work though. Yeah, so Bugman's Glow is going to make a really nice mid-tone. Let's see what this is. That looks like a flesh tone. But then it goes into a really bright bone colour. That looks like Xandri Dust. And then that looks like Rakar flesh. That's better. So what's the... So that tone's definitely
I
Zandri.
don't think Zandri is needed, it's just kind of blotchy. But I don't really want to do blotchy on this.
What's blotchy?
Well, it goes here and then it's blotchy, and then it's got the colour again, then it's blotchy, and then it's got the colour, and then it's all blotchy.
No. The Zandri dust is this bit here. That's all Zandri dust in the background, and then it's got the highlight of the skin tone over it. In fact, if we grab this one, it might be yellower. There we go, yeah, so that's pretty much off-white or something like that, which could work for that. That could be like an edge highlight colour. So it looks like we got Bugman's Glow, sort of. That's gonna, yeah. And then a purpley colour in the background. So it looks like you may have to use something else to wash it. I don't think any contrasts or anything would work for that. Let me look at my contrast swatches. I don't think there's any purpley skin tones in the thingy. Brain just went blit. What am I doing? Swatches, desktop. There they are. Yeah, so out of all of the skin tones, Fire Slayer Flesh is slightly orangey. Gilliman Flesh has a bit of brown in it. Darko Flesh is quite orangey as well. Yeah, there's no real skin tones or anything, however, let's look at purples. Magus Purple might work. Because it would be easier to find a single colour, wouldn't it, for you? That would save you faffing around with anything, wouldn't it? Right, so if this is the main tone, and then you've got some Volupus purple or pink, whatever it calls it. Okay, right, there we go. No, Volupus... No, actually, Volupus pink might work. So if we do some of this, and throw some Volupus pink over it, right, let's get started then. See if we can work this out, huh? Just need a biggish brush. Yeah, I can already see that my palette is working better now. Oh, I've now got everything plugged in as well because I've got my mic and the extension lead. So no more faffing around plugging in my hairdryer Mr. Blowy or my compressor for my airbrush and all that shenanigan stuff. That's out the window. They're all plugged in now. I just have to pick them up and use. Why does this look really orangey? Yeah, it's Bugman's Glow, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe it needs a second coat. So we're only doing the top half. We don't need to power around with that. So, Mr. Blowy, let's feed this up. Oh, that actually gets quite loud, doesn't it? Let me know if it's too loud. Been talking to Mr. Chris Frozen as well about getting some busts and pin-up characters, like necromancer girls and stuff like that. Some really cool models. They're slightly bigger and whatnot because I want to start getting better at painting, and I figured I could get a bit I could get better at skin tone, cloth, and stuff like that. See if I can level up my game a bit. I think that'd be awesome. Whatever this is, this sounds pants. It kind of sounds like the the rock troll from Trolls on Tour. Don't you think? Let's give this one more coat. Yay, I don't rip my viewers' ears apart with my washing with my brush. Woo! It's always a good thing to do, you know. It's weird how it looks so much brighter when you first paint it, isn't it? OSV shop in Leighton sells D&D figures. Yeah, D&D figures though, they're a bit small. So the pin-ups and stuff that I want to get, they're like, I want to say 16th scale. So it's like 1/16 of actual size person and stuff like that. They're like that big. They're pretty large. If you ever watch like Chris Frozen and whatnot, he paints one of them every now and then. I think he's the one that actually does them as well. So he 3D prints them. Grand quality. He's currently in the process of making a Necron necropolis kind of terrain, and it looks absolutely dazzling. But OSV in Leighton, do they do... which D&D minis do they do? Do they do like deep cuts and stuff like that? Because they've got some pretty good ones. Because deep cuts and Nolzers and stuff like that, I'd like some of those. I'm actually interested in getting at some point. What the heck is happening here? Oh yeah. I may have to turn this music over. This is not exactly a favourable tune for me. Oh, I hate having to use this because my fingers just... I actually cut my finger open the other day trying to do this because foil apparently can be really sharp depending on what angle you tweak it at. So you've got to be really careful. Ooh. Your bot shore. Is there a head shore as well? That should do. I'll just leave it. Oh, there's another one here. Whee! I like using these. It's kind of handy that I need I need to take flaring all the time. It's giving me plenty of like little disposable pallets for my washes and such. I do know what you mean, but it's still fun because it always irritates people. They feel compelled to like correct themselves and make sure everybody knows what they meant. That's why I wind Darren up all the time. He winds me up too, but he seems to think that I get irritated easily, so I let him think that, so that he just wastes his time thinking that he's winding me up. That's quite entertaining for myself, to be honest. Right. I said Volupus Pink for this, didn't I? I was thinking of giving it like a mix with one of the Gilliman flesh tones. I'm going to slap on some Volupus on its own, because perhaps the tone of Bugman's Glow under it might help. So I want this quite thin. So what I'll do is I'll do one piece Volupus and maybe 2 pieces. Because 3 bits medium, or 3 to 4 bits medium, pretty much makes it a glaze consistency, and I don't need to glaze it. That's what I do for my Necrons. So add a small bit of water to that. Wow, look at the size of the pipette. Huge. Does the job though. I can already tell this might be a bit strong. But we'll do it anyway, see what happens. Kind of nervous to get a face cam, you know. Don't exactly want this mug on camera, but I noticed from watching like other streamers and such, having a face cam is actually quite useful, because when they're not doing anything or They're sat in their chair and they're having like a little bit of a stretch to chill a little bit while they've been leaning over all day. And stuff like that. It gives viewers something to look at as they're waiting. And it makes the stream like a little bit more interesting. Like when I'm mixing paint, because I haven't had the palette cam on, I've noticed that the palette cam is more useful than I thought. Because say if I'm like mixing a couple of colours, there's something happening on the screen. You can see down here in the bottom that I'm doing something. I'm not just like that. No screen, just barely talking and crap like that. Right, let's speed this up. Oh, come on, Mr. Blowy. Woo! See, this looks really red. Tell you what though, this does actually help. Oh, that's hot. This does help though, because from doing this, guys, I'm good, thank you. A little bit knackered from like moving the room around and everything and trying to sort out like all the arms and crap. But yeah, this colour, this looks like if I thin this down loads into a glaze consistency, it looks like it would be pretty good, because I reckon this would be really nice on my squats, my dwarves, because I'm looking at this skin tone and then some of the pink. It kind of, it has like a reddish tint to it, but at the same time it's pinky like skin. I think this could be really good for rosing up cheeks and noses and stuff. I've always done that by hand, like watering down reds myself, like inks. It looks cool though. I don't quite think it's... What is that? Panic Viz. Oh, right, okay. I didn't realise. I keep forgetting who's in the room. Oh, Liam, do we have everything compiled ready for tomorrow? So I've looked at the stuff and whatnot, and like some of the templates and stuff like that, but is everything like correct and stuff like that? Also, could you quickly go through with me the process of what's happening tomorrow? Because I believe we mentioned something about doing the giveaways on Sunday. I did skim over it, but my brain, none of it just stuck. None of it really was taken in. So I thought I'd just ask you personally and help, and figured that would help. There are no agents available. Please check back later. Well, that's why I'm sat waiting for one. Told you, GoPro sucks. So start chat. Chat is currently unavailable for you. Why? Wait, GMT +2. Oh, it closes at 5. Buggers! I didn't read the GMT +2. Damn! So it closed like 20 minutes ago. Darn it. Alright, so now I've got to wait all the way until Monday to get my GoPro. I'm really thinking about using the GoPro as a face cam. Because streamers that do gaming and whatnot, all of them use the GoPro Hero 7 Black as their face cam. And I've got it. It's just I'm really thinking I could get just another Logitech. It's like a third the price. It'd save me a lot of money. I put my little Logitech on earlier to see what I'd look like on the cam. And I don't look so bad. You can't see like the complete mess of the room, and the fish tank's behind me. If I got a new bar light for the fish tank, it would probably look quite nice behind me. But I noticed my light made the top of my head glow. I'm not bald or anything, or stuff like that. I've got like hair on my head, but it kind of like lights up the hair so much that it's pure white. The camera just doesn't pick up anything but white. The top of my head just glows. And that's pants. Right, now let's look at this. It's close. I reckon if I thinned it down like even more, actually, it would be a good tone for the undertone. So I might quickly go back over this with some Bugmans and do this again. This is only a test model, so it won't matter that I pile on some paint, will it? Bold as a coat. What's a coat? Yeah, I've been excited about this this painting challenge all month. Now that it's tomorrow, my nerves have just skyrocketed. I'm panicking somewhat. I mean, I myself, I'm pretty confident and whatnot, and I'm looking forward to it. But my brain seems to have convinced me that something might go wrong. So even though I'm quite calm now, you know. Do you know what? That's what my brain feels like right now. I'm subject to change. Right, there we are. Right, so no changes tomorrow. Challenge stream starts. It's 10. Challenge stream ends. Sunday at 6. Giveaway for those who donated. Closing time for donations 18. Okay. I still can't get over that. Right, Oogie. Have a look at that little emoticon that Wartop just posted at the bottom. Don't you agree from a distance that looks like Darren? It looks like Darren all high. In fact, the character, when you click on it, looks high. It looks like Darren. I've got to show him that somehow. He'll just give me a funny look and go, no. I want to convince everybody at club that that's him now. Ask everybody if they go on Twitch and they found like the emoticon that looks like Darren. Aww. That's no fun. So if it doesn't look like it to you, then there's no point. This music offends my ears. Let's try a different one. There we go. Right, Mr. Bloody, help me out here. Oh. Okay, so let's try the 4 parts instead then. Notice my camera isn't wobbling as much. Look, I'm even shaking the desk. The boom mic arm that came with the mic was a lot sturdier. So I put my camera on it and I think it's better, you know. I'm shaking the table hard and it's barely going. If I tap the camera kind of wiggles a bit. So, but as long as like as soon as I come down to desk, yeah, no, that's pretty good. Oh yes, go on, let's hear it. What we got? Bring it on. Do you know what? That means that I probably don't need to get a new cam arm. I wasn't sure about whether the cam arm would work anyway, because it's like, wouldn't it just shake that one as well? Oh, that's better. That's a lot better. The Dark Lords. Give me a little info on what they are, or what they do, or a colour scheme. Are you sure you're not on about the Night Lords? Maybe. You could be on about Night Lords instead. And if you're going for Night Lords, that's actually a really good choice. Wait, are you going for Night Lords because of the stream you watched last night? Or did you watch one? Do you watch Zyfunkel? I watch him. He's pretty cool. He's cranking out his own Night Lord army to the best of his abilities, trying to paint each individual model as good as he can. Bless him. He wants his whole army to look amazeballs. And he's doing really well. He's cranking them out as quick as I'm cranking out my crons. So I was like, oh, have you got a unit then? And he goes, no, I've got 2 models. So I was like, oh, me too. Yeah, no, you go do you. See you later. Oh, I need a drink. A little bit parched. Yeah, you do. While you're doing that, I need to dry this. I need like a little pedestal to my left so I can just lean over and grab the hairdryer. I have to lean down every time. No wonder my back hurts. Do you know what? Zareth, you actually reminded me. I really want to start a Night Lord's army. I've been wanting to start a Chaos army for some time. And originally I was going to start like a Chaos Space Wolf army. Just because everybody makes the joke, oh, Space Wolves, are those Chaos too? But I have been tempted. There are a couple of... Which brush am I picking? Is it? No? Red one. Yeah, there's a couple of Chaos teams that I like. Just because I like their colour scheme. But when it comes to the Night Lords, I really like their background. And their Primarch. Conrad Kurz is a badass. No, I think I watered this down a bit much. Oh, Drakari! Oh, what a choice. Nice. They do look cool. At least you're not going to be one of those whining Drakari, because you know how each team... Well, you probably don't, but each team generally has a well-known character that leads the army. So Ultramarines are like Marneus Calgar, or everybody thinks of Gilliman nowadays. You got Logan Grimnar for Space Wolves, yeah, we go. And Imhotep the Stormlord for Necrons, so on and so forth. But with the Drakari, they used to have a character, an almighty Archon. And because GW never made a model for him, they just made rules for him because they thought everybody would want to play him and they couldn't be asked to come up with anything for him. And GW went through a phase where they started removing characters from the game if they didn't have models. So now one of the most influential characters in the game system apparently doesn't exist anymore. Well, actually no, tell a lie, he got killed. He got killed really easily by like an assassin. Like an Imperial assassin. And I was just like, that's one of the worst ways to ever go. Because he's like apparently one of the most untouchable characters in the universe. And he's really skilled at fighting. But a bloody assassin creeps in one night and takes his head, and I'm just like, GW, you suck. I can't remember what his name is. I used to play them, and I used to want to make one. Help me out here, Ugg. What's the Drakari main leader supposed to be called? As Rubile Vect. There we go. He even has a cool name as Rubile. That's an awesome name. But yeah, so they had a big streak of removing models that didn't exist. Juju got a little bit upset because some Tyranid characters got taken away as well. Didn't they, Biv? Yeah, you lost like 2 characters that you only had for like 2 years.
And one of them I really enjoyed playing.
Yeah, because he was overpowered as feck.
It was not overpowered, it was only toughness 4.
It was overpowered. It was toughness 4 and regenerated up to like 10 wounds every phase. Opponents and your own. That was insane. You couldn't kill... You had to one-shot him with your whole army to win. It was stupid. Yeah, they're like pirates. They're like space pirates. They really enjoy like fast attack and stuff like that. Swooping in. Taking their opponents off guard. And don't ever let Drakari capture you alive. They will torture you. They really enjoy torture. My favourite part about the Drakari is the homunculus covens. Oh, I love their flesh cults and stuff. The witch cults are kind of cool as well. But homunculus are awesome. I actually did a full-on army conversion, making every part of my army look all homunculus-y. Then I sold the whole army and it went really quick. Everybody really liked it. But yeah, I converted everything to look like it had been converted for the flesh cults, including like the basic raiders, you know, like their vehicles. Yes, they love their torture. Yeah, do it. That's what I was saying the other day. Always go by rule of cool. Rule of cool will always win because you will enjoy the game and painting more. Whether you win all the time or whatnot, or have the most meta-based list or team, doesn't matter. I've watched people collect like the most overpowered teams and just not enjoy them because it's not what they're about. It's just not fun. So you've got to stick true to yourself. Yeah, some people enjoy winning, but you've got to accept the fact that you want to enjoy the game as well.
In 7th edition, I used to thrash you with your Space Wolves.
Mm-hmm.
And now in 8th edition, the roles are reversed, but you know, you never gave up on your dogs. No.
The Space Wolves have been out of meta for a long time. The only time they were in meta was when 7th edition, the beginning of 7th edition, because you could put, and you could do something they called a Death Star. Characters used to be able to join units, and you could just take all of the best Space Wolf characters, take a big ass unit of Thunderwolf cavalry, and join all the characters into that unit, and it would just be one big blob of like 16 guys. And then there was a psychic power that allowed you to re-roll all saves, and they had 3-up invulnerable saves. That unit was damn near unkillable. Absolutely amazeballs. Yeah, it was nasty. And the thing was, the characters were the things that were really nasty about it. So everybody would put all their force into it, like las cannons and all kind of crap, and you could shrug them off with the 3-up invuns. When you didn't, you just lost a Thunderwolf model. You didn't have to worry about the characters at all. You just lose Thunderwolves. You'd take off like up to 6 Thunderwolves before you get to the characters. And the characters are the ones that win the game for you, because they're nuts. What am I doing? Brain is just going bleh. Picture. That's right. Oh, that's because it's on Psy. Right, so I got a base. Volupus pink. So if you water down the Volupus pink with like 4 parts contrast medium and a part water, and it makes it nice and thin.
Was that washed all over? Or?
Yeah, washed all over, and then I brought up some of the highlights with the Bugman's Glow. It doesn't look purpley enough though, I'm thinking. But it doesn't have to look exactly like that, right? As long as you enjoy the way it looks. That's how that'll work. Right, now we need a skin tone. A Space Marine Captain nerf. I don't have Space Marine Captains, so why would I keep track of that? I have Wolf Lords. They're better. But go on. Tell me about this nerf. That will probably make all of the pages blow up because he probably lost like 1 wound or something. That normally makes people go nuts. I mean, all of the talk at the moment that Death Guard are losing Disgustingly Resilient.
What?
They're going to get -1 to be wounded instead. That's going to be nuts. But think about it. Oh, who's that? Oh, we got a thing. It binged me. Why'd it bing me? The Genty Gent. What a name. I love the name. Thanks for the follow, dude. We're just painting up a little bit of Tyranid at the moment. Just like a little test scheme to help out Mimis so she knows how to carry on. But I will be carrying on with Szeras in a bit. Ooh. Thinking about a theme. Oh, a theme. Which part of them do you like best? Because there's 3 parts to Dark Eldar or Drukhari. You've got the Homunculus Covens, the Witch Cults, and then the Cabals. The Cabals are pretty much the mainstay of most of the army, which is like all of the little Cabalite warriors and stuff like that. Some of the characters like the Archons. You got the Witch Cults, which are all of like the kinky looking characters. Like the Succubus and the Incubi. Witches. The Witch Cults and the Witches. Lilith Hesper actually is one of the coolest characters in the game. And then you've got the Homunculus Cults, which is all of the guys that look like Frankenstein had sex with a frozen grape or something.
Grotesques and whatever.
But yeah, they're pretty tough. If you prefer the fast side of it, you might prefer the Witch Cults or the Cabalites, because the Homunculus Covens are more like a mainstay. They're tougher, they survive longer, and stuff like that. What was I looking for? Skin tones. Oh, Juju.
I like the towels.
I was looking at that that skin tone, the coffee. Coffee looks pretty good. Let's have a look at the coffee.
Let's have a look at coffee.
Maybe not. Never mind. What other skin tones do we have? No coffee, no. Then you came in at the best part. I love it. The first one. So you're interested in the Cabals. So all of the rulers of the Drukhari and the leaders of Comorra. And all of the basic guys, yeah. So they're better at the shooting side. So the Witch Cult would be better at combat and being quick and running up to people. And then the Cabals are pretty much the mainstay. They're like the main troops, and they can shoot from afar. They got the vehicles and stuff, but you can mix the two. So because the Witch Cults, they have things like Hellions, Beastmasters, and Fluff. I forgot what the other one. Hellions, Beastmasters. Oh, and the bike ones. Can't remember what they're called though. Raiders. Something like that, yeah. But they're really fast. The bikes are really quick. And they're nice. And you can get Venoms. Venoms are fast, and then you can put Trueborn in them, which are Cabalites.
Venoms remind me of Green Goblin from Spider-Man.
No, not Venoms. Hellions. They're the ones with the discs.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the hoverboards. Reavers, yes, those. Thank you very much, Mr. Shadow. Yes, Reavers are what I was thinking of. The Reaver bikes, the Reaver jet bikes are really good.
Green Goblin hoverboards.
Yeah, the Green Goblin hoverboards aren't that great. I mean, when I played, they had a hoverboard character. He was like a lord of some sort. And he was awesome. He was like Count something. I can't remember what his name was. But he was cool. I enjoyed playing him.
Did they drop him too?
They dropped him because he didn't have a model, naturally.
What a surprise. No. It just makes Games Workshop feel like they can't be asked when they just drop
Blood of the
characters.
Phoenix box set. See, I don't know what Blood of the Phoenix was. What is Blood of the Phoenix? Is that thing that came with some of the, No, that's Wake the Dead. Okay. I don't know what the Blood of the Phoenix is. What's this? Rin flesh? Cardic flesh. I don't think I've opened this one yet. It's quite a nice skin tone, though. Oh, bro. I'm pretty much just going to be getting all of my paint out at the moment. Eldar and Dark Elder. There was one with both of them in it? Why not? Oh, come on, there's got to be like a reddish skin tone in here somewhere. Oh, that. Oh, that's the one that came with Dressar. He's a cool character. I really wanted to get him and paint him. I don't even play them anymore, but
Yeah, that's it.
I really want to do Dressar. And it comes with Jane Sar as well. Jane Sar was one of the ugliest original metal models in the game. She was in the top 5 ugliest models ever. But Jane Sar, she's kind of cool. She's like the Banshee leader. Yeah, that one. She's got like a Triskelion and whatnot. Alright, it looks like I don't actually have any pinkish skin, like purpley skin tones, Bib. I've got Purple Shadow, but that's too dark. So you may have to go with a mix, I'm afraid. Now, I've got to figure out what colour that is, haven't I? Right, this big screen. Right, it looks like a purple and maybe a skin tone mix. The Cardic Flesh, maybe. Perhaps. Let's put some of these away. Well, actually, let's have a look at the other ones. So what I'm thinking is, to make things easier, is I'm thinking of getting a base colour that will then go over this. So you've got a base tone, a wash, so you can wash it over the whole thing, and then you bring up all of the higher areas again with the Bugman's Glow.
Okay.
So the Bugman's Glow. And now I'm thinking of getting a pinky purplish colour that's really pale, that you can then mix with it to keep bringing it up. So you can do that like 1 or 2 times to make it look nicer. But I think you may have to grab a pink or a purple from it. So,
Very small bag next to the other.
yep, tiny bag of purples. Your bag is nowhere near. Oh, by the way, this arm where my camera is barely shakes now.
That's cool.
I know. How awesome is that? Alright. So we're looking for that tone. See, I swear I've seen a paint that is that exact colour once before. It's gonna bug me. yes, you do. I'm sorry for laughing, but I forgot. I didn't realise that it was you that asked that question. I thought somebody was making a joke for a second. But as a new person, yes, that's an entirely reasonable question. Yes, primer. I've seen people paint directly onto plastic, and it makes me cringe. If you paint directly onto plastic, so say like, so we got like this dude. If you paint directly onto this, if you're going to play, which I assume you're interested in playing the game, as you pick up the model and you got like the edges and stuff, there's nothing for the paint that you've put on it to stick to, because this is plastic, it's quite slippery. Primer is like an alcoholic like concoction that allows it to shrink and hold on to the models like molecules and crap like that, all technical stuff. So if you paint it directly onto the plastic, when you're rubbing or when you pick it up and stuff, or you drop it and it catches the edges, the paint just comes straight off and chips, and then you'll see the plastic. You don't want that at all. So you want to cover it. Oh, ow, that's sharp. You want to cover it in like a primer. Any primer is good, but it's normally advised to either go basic. So if you've got a bright colour, white is useful.
Don't buy Corax White.
Do not buy Corax White from GW. That is one of the worst spray cans in the world.
Big no-no.
Or you could go for the colour closest to the base tone of most of your model, like I've got here. This is like a leather brown from Army Painter. and because brown is my main colour scheme for my space bears.
Paint2 do the best sort of colours, as Games Workshop are pretty much getting rid of all their coloured spray cans.
Well, they bring out some. They kind of over time. They're like Magic the Gathering. They go through a set.
Army and stuff, you don't want to rely on Games Workshop for any kind
Sprays.
of colours.
Not for sprays.
Yeah, so Army Painter will be better if you're doing colours, or if you just want black, Chaos Black from Games Workshop.
Yeah, the Chaos Black is actually a really good colour.
Very, very
I'll give
highly
them
recommended. Or if you want to go white or cream, then Wraithbone or Grey Seer is amazing.
That looks like your shade.
They actually cover
Screamer
really
Pink.
good.
That might have been a better shade. I wonder if I mix this with Bugman's guy. I'm gonna see what that looks like. Oh, chuck the lid across the table. Didn't want that anyway. This will be interesting. Let's have a look at this. 1-1. Always start with a 1-1.
Screamer Pink is going to be part of my cables. My cabley bits. So like these.
Oh, Juju, that looks like a really nice base tone.
Screamer Pink's going to be part of these.
I've got paints
what
all
any
over
kind
this.
of tendrils are going to be.
Oh,
Have Screamer Pink mostly.
That's definitely your shade. That's definitely the shade colour that I'm looking at right now. Oh, okay, so a 1-1 mix of Screamer Pink and Bugman's. So that might mean, actually, if Bugman's does end up being your base tone, you could get away with just doing Bugman's and heavily water down Screamer Pink and use that as the wash. That might work. In fact, I could give that a go in a second. Just to get into the recesses and everything and tint it a little bit. It'll help out. Because I find it looks cartoony if you start from the darkest colour and you work up. If you're not going to glaze and spend hours making it blend entirely, you'll be better off just doing base tone, ink it, and go back over it, the highest layers with the base tone again. It'll save you a lot of time.
I do want it to still tie in with what I've done already.
Write this down. Not yet.
Yeah, I do want it to still tie in with what I've done so far, though, which I've glazed the skin.
Uh-huh. You can do different techniques, you know.
I know, but I don't want it to look weird.
It won't. You can do different techniques all over. I mean, I'm doing stippling. Right, so I painted most of the model with a colour, and I've washed 3 times over the colour to dull it down to a different colour. I'm now stippling the entire armour panels, and I will then be glazing for all of the bone colours. That's 3 different techniques throughout the whole model, and they look fine. Oh, and I'm washing the whole model at the end. That does help tie some of the parts in. I noticed it made the skulls look a little bit off.
Metal is a different texture altogether from other stuff, but mine is pretty much all organic, so I thought maybe that would be the same sort of texture and way of doing it all the way through.
Which one's Andrew does? Is that? Oh, there it is. That is definitely that colour, isn't it? Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with doing different styles throughout a whole model.
I just don't want it to look weird or something.
No, it won't look weird. Right, so 1, and then this colour over here has a 1. Ooh, that worked quite nicely, I think. I'm using my thumb as the palette. I'm trying to make sure that I keep to a certain amount of colours. I don't want to give you too much. I have a habit of going backwards and forwards between hundreds of colours for one colour scheme, but I'm pretty sure you're not into doing something like that.
No, try and keep it simple. I mean, my skin tone is 3 colours.
Did you maybe, right, so I've got an idea. Did you maybe want to do a 2-tone for the gun? So start it off with this purpley colour at the beginning, and then have the actual gun itself gradient into the sandy colour. Rather than using... Right.
What do you mean?
Right, let me just... That. Would you be interested in doing something like that instead? So, the start of the gun, being all dark. No? You'd rather... Because the reason I'm saying this is because you like the look of that, don't you? That statement.
Just the colours.
Yeah, but you like the look of it, right?
The colours, but not...
So you're just interested in the colours in general. Because I'm telling you, when I say this, because the way you want it to be painted, it won't look like that at all. Because if you're going to paint now with these as the darkest colours and then these as the highest colours over the whole of the gun, it's not going to look like that at all. It's actually mostly probably going to look like a bonish colour for the gun instead of a purpley pinky colour, which is what you wanted to go for in the first place. Which is why I was asking if you wanted to gradient it from one side to the other.
How do I do that then?
It's actually quite easy. So it would be a little bit of glazing and pain in the butt-ish. But so 3 parts water to this Xandri, turning it into a glaze. There we go, nice and thin. So I'm going to paint back over this myself.
Yep, that little test piece has been painted over like 4 times by now.
Yeah. But that's what you do. That's why you have test pieces. The scarier part is when you actually start doing test models. Because then you're nervous about the whole thing and you actually start second guessing a lot of the stuff you do. I know I did. Right, Mr. Blowy. God, it's so dark in here. That's my next step. Getting better lights. I'm even thinking about buying those like £25 bulbs just for our room light. They're like energy saving daylight bulb things. I'm just sick of the main light in the room being darker than my desk lamp. There is a moth that keeps attacking my shoulder. Okay, it's not a moth, it's a fly. Wrong way, wrong way. Sorry if that was loud. Right, so I've got most of the colours I need for this. Don't need pink horror, don't need that, don't need it. Don't need those, all that. It's just that one, and Bugman as well so far. So far. Oh, and a little bit of off-white. So I've narrowed it down to 4 colours from where I'd normally do something like 6 or 7. I'm going to keep Mr. Blowy out because I'm probably going to use it while I do this. Right, so this is the part that you were asking. So I've watered this down, really watery. So you water it at like 2 to 3 parts water until it kind of pulls itself back, like on a palette, which you've been doing quite well lately. Get the brush next to paper, tap the paper, and it pulls all of the paint off. This turns it into a thin glaze. You probably won't need 3 parts water because that might be a bit too thin, but it depends how long you want to take on the model. And then from the centre,
Not too long.
yep, from the centre of the model, you just drag it all the way to the outside.
Okay.
Yeah. Now this part actually takes a while because glazing requires drying time. I've got a hairdryer so I can speed it up. So what I might do is water down another piece of Xandri dust, but less. So there's a blob. And then 2 parts water. This will be a bit thicker and stronger in pigment. It'll take less. It won't be as gradiented, but that won't really matter when I think about it because the wash will actually change most of the look anyway. And it will tie them together. Should do. Does most of the time. Yeah. So let's see if we can speed this up a little bit. So let all the paint run off. Okay, no, that did need a little bit more watering. What is that? Oh, that's on. So I think I did 4 parts water for the other one. If you actually do this throughout the army, it will give your army a unique look. You know, like the coconut crab and stuff like that. It will give it an aspect that people can look at. That will be original. Huh? So I reckon maybe 3 coats of this until it gets stronger. But as you do it, you go further up the model until it gets to a strong colour. So this needed 4 coats by the looks of it, but I think the first coat I did was a really watered down version. There we go. Kind of gradients. It's nice. You can obviously spend longer on it the more you want it to grade in, because you can see there. So I can see just here, it starts here, and then there's a bit that starts there as well. Yeah, I get a pointy thing. I'll point this out more. People do. Right, so I can see the colour there. So the colour is kind of coming in here first, and then it's coming in here a second time. And then somewhat halfway up the model about here, it's going in a bit extra. But this is just a test model, so you can take longer on yours if you wish. It's up to you. Once that's done, we want the Bugman's Glow and the Screamer Pink mix. I've actually still got some Bugman's Glow, so it's a 1-1 of Screamer Pink and Bugman's. And then you want to turn that into a wash, so give that 3-4 parts water, maybe a little bit more, so that it's actually a wash. You can actually use Lamian medium, but technically you don't ever need mediums at all. And then I'm just going to wash this over the whole of the arm. Looks like I might need a bit more Screamer Pink in there, actually. Yeah. So, if you're using a wash and you didn't like the way it looks, you can literally just dip the model into the water and then just brush all of the wash off. Obviously, then it's a soaked model, but that's what Mr. Blowy's for. Okay, so it's a little bit more of the purple in it then.
So 2 parts?
Maybe 3. Looks more like 3. It's a bit better. So I think the Volupus Pink is better because it gives it more contrast. I mean, even though I'm looking at this and this is the colour of the shades, I don't know, the Volupus Pink gives it more depth. We'll try it. We'll try it and see what it looks like. That's really purple colour. Yeah. Volupus Pink is at least like muted.
I think so.
Yeah.
One of them gave it to me yesterday and was like, can you use it? I'm like, I don't know.
Can you use this?
It's
I don't know, can I? Right, so a 1-1 mix is the your base colour. A little bit more. There we go, a tiny touch. Just a tiny touch of wood. That flows a bit better. So I use this as a base tone. Probably a little bit more Bugman's. Just to make it a bit brighter. So it's probably 2 parts Bugman's and 1 part 1 part purple. Or Screamer pink? Yeah, pink.
Pink.
Ah, it's looking a bit better. There we go. Now this is where it gets a bit confusing. So because you're doing a 2-tone, you've got to get most of the model painted on one side with your base tone to bring it back. And you'll pretty much have to do a mix across. So every time you paint this, you're kind of redoing a palette each time. Sounds like a pain, but it depends whether you want it to look nice.
What do you mean?
Right, so with most with most of the time you've got your palette of paint, haven't you? Of left to right, which is darkest to highest. Now remember, you've got a 2-tone on this one, right? Which means you've got 2 different colours as the base tone. So you can't just go straight from left to right and coat the whole thing. So I'm coating the left-hand side here, and then you'll have to pull some of your base tone over and add a bit of the other colour as you get halfway, and then do that one in the middle, kind of creeping over both sides, and then wash it off and just use that colour on the other side as the higher tone. This is a bit watery. I think Xandri Dust is, or as Xandri Dust anyway, is quite a watery paint.
Maybe it was the one that had a little bit more retarder in it.
We put retarder in this?
Or flow improver. That's the one, flow improver.
Yeah, I found out that you only need like the tiniest touch of flow improver. And then I mix this back with the mix tone before I start going into here. So did that make sense to you? Were you paying attention, or were you just glazing over? Because this is the higher colour as well, I can use this to highlight the gun rims and edges and stuff. Right, so the mid-tone between these two, so your base tone and the Xandri, is a great colour to use as a highlight as you're going higher on both of them. Yeah. I'm not very good at teaching others to paint, unfortunately. I'm trying. And then the off-white mix, you literally just mix that bit by bit into it more and more. And this actually gives you your next tone up. This then becomes the highlight for both sides, but you want to focus this colour mostly on this side. The mid-tone mix between the two is best used as the highlight for the first colour, Are you taking any of this in? You look like you're pulling faces at me.
I'm trying. So a lot of you do this, and then the next stage you do this, and this, and I'm sort of like, I've forgotten the first stage.
On the upside, when I finish this video, you can go back and watch it again. And then I add a bit more white. Don't want it pure white, otherwise it'll just look silly. So, oh. And then this becomes the highest highlight. You look a little lost. So it is a process, but it does look quite nice, and it does actually look a bit like the picture. No. Even though you look a little confused, I'm actually looking at it quite proud of myself because I managed to make it look like the plant that you gave me. I didn't think I'd get there so easily. Now I've just got to break it down into steps so that you can do it. On the upside, it uses just 4 colours. Yeah. Right, let me write this down, or get you to write it down. What is this? Oh, this was my list of what I was supposed to do today, which I haven't started yet because I've helped you with this. But I've done it. I did it in like half an hour. Oh yeah, I'm going to have a drink some, because I've been talking a lot. My mouth is just parched.
Mine was like that at work.
Right, so you can write small, can't you? Or do you want to write on a different one? Oh, I've got a different one. Yeah. You're going to write it on paper, okay. Well, I knew you were going to write on paper, but you know what I mean. Let's see if I can go through this myself. Right. The best thing is because both of these are base colours, they're very opaque. They've got a lot of pigment in them, so you don't need to prat around with basing anything. Right, so base tone.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got that written down already? Okay, so it's a 1-1 mix between Bugman's Glow and Scream Pink. I think. Yeah, it was. Fly just sat on my head again. Up yours, Fly. Yep.
I think it's trapped.
Trapped?
Yeah, I've tried shooting it out the window, but it won't go anywhere.
Wait a second. I should have listened to Oogie. I think I did something slightly different. I think I painted the whole thing with Bugman's first. Yeah, sorry. Bugman's was painted as the base tone, so over the whole model. It's not actually the base, the mid-tone colour you use, but it is something that I painted over the whole thing first. So, Bugman's Glow. Then it was washed with the mix of Bugman's Glow, Screamer Pink. That would drive me nuts, but it's yours, so don't worry. Right, you'll need to split this in 2 maybe to make it easier. Because you've got 2 tones, you've got 2 different sides. So I could do this 1 or 2 ways. I could tell you how to do it in the order I did it, straight over. Or I could tell you how to paint and highlight each part individually. How would you prefer it? Because the way I did it was going backwards and forwards. Because I was kind of getting the colour scheme as it was. I wasn't building how to do the colour scheme, I was just getting the colour scheme.
I'll write it both ways and then see how I follow it.
Okay. This fly is doing my nut shoe. I swear that's the same fly that was bugging me before I came and picked you up. Okay. So 2 parts Bugman's and a Screamer Pink ended up being your mid-tone.
What am I writing?
2 part, mid-tone.
Mid-tone.
Put in brackets skin colour. Because there's 2 mid-tones. There's a mid-tone skin colour and a mid-tone for your bone colour.
Is what?
2 parts Bugman's, 1 part Screamer. It pretty much looks like a pinky tinted Bugman's Glow.
Two parts Bugman's, 1 part
Screamer. And then moving over the palette. I missed a step because of the second tone. Do you want to rewrite this? Right, so the first tone, which was Bogman's Glove, and then I actually glazed over 3 times to the other side with Xandri Dust, didn't I? So I got from one side to the other side. I remember this now. What I was telling you a second ago was something I did before I got the 2-tone in. And glaze Xandri. To get the glaze consistency, you want 2 to 3 parts water. 2 to 3, not 3 to 2. Yeah, 2 to 3 parts water. And you want to glaze that about... I started about a quarter over, then did a half, then did a quarter. So I pretty much did it in 3 steps, because that will actually reduce how much you have to do for it. Of the model, I put gun, just so you remember. Then I washed it with the 1-1 mix of Screamer Pink and Bugman's Glow. I washed over the whole thing, because that kind of brought the 2 colours together. Then that brings the 2 colours together. If you want to make it a little darker and give it some more depth, you can do a 1-2 mix where Screamer Pink is the dominant colour. It'll add more purple to it, make it a little darker. It's up to you. In fact, what you could do is use that as a pin wash. I'm going to try that. Give me a sec.
Do the thing first.
What?
I can add that bit afterwards.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just mixing this up. It'll stay wet. Where are we? So washed over the whole thing. Right, then I went to the mid-tone for skin. So skin mid-tone. Should have put skin mid-tone. This is 2 mid-tone. Oh, okay. So the skin mid-tone is 2 parts Bugman's and 1 part Screamer. I was really trying to get you a colour scheme that didn't require any mixing, so it'd be much easier, but you're a pretty high level painter too, so I suppose mixing them won't matter. It just means you're not painting straight out the bowls. So that part you want to pretty much go up to halfway.
But mid-tone, it's not really highly watered down, or is it?
No, it's not watered down. You don't need to glaze it or anything. It just defines the muscles and the bits that stick up. I mean, I can even see it. There we go, yeah, so it's round here. So you can see the ridges and stuff. Right, now you need to go part way down the model. Now this bit is inconsistent. There's no exact thing, it's an eyeballing. What you do is you need to add Xandri Dust to your flesh mid-tone to get the halfway point. So this bit here, so on the left is the flesh mid-tone, the middle is the mix, and then the right is your Xandri Dust flesh mid-tone. Yeah?
Okay.
So to do that, you simply just mix both the mid-tones together. So I've got both mid-tones, you mix them together to get the centre. Yeah? So after you've done the mid-tone for the skin, mix them together to start doing the mid-tone in the middle. Brand of brushes, I actually use all kinds of brush. I've got a mix between Winsor & Newton, Army Painter, which is upside down, and GWs as well. Then for some things, I've got a couple of the Artist Opus brushes as well. This is the one that I'm actually using at the moment for doing my Szeras, my Necrons and stuff, but that's just because they're really good at dry brushing, or really good for being dry brushes. If you want a specific set that I would stick to as a whole, I'd probably say Army Painter, because they've got a decent range that do all kinds of things well. When it comes to Citadel or GW, some of their brushes are good for some things, but then other brushes are just plain trash. Like their dry brushes fall apart and they go really, I know it sounds stupid, but the bristles go really dry, which means they don't flex properly. They then become pretty much stipple brushes, which is a different kind of technique altogether. Army Painter do a good range of long bristles. So when they've got the smaller paintbrushes, like the detail brush and stuff, they're long and thin. Wow, you can't even... There we go. See how long and thin that brush is? Which means I can easily line by holding the tip to something. It's really useful. So yeah, on the whole, I use all kinds of brushes for different techniques and stuff because each line does things differently. I mean, I've got a whole bag here, or mix between Army Painter Professional, Winsor and Newton in the back just there, and GW brushes backwards and forwards. I've even got some really cheapy, crappy synthetic brushes. The synthetic brushes are pretty good for dry brushing because the actual bristle itself doesn't absorb paint, so it's pretty good for dry brushing. When it comes to brushes like that, which brushes have you been using? Are they just like random ones that you buy from like an art store and stuff like that? Because if so, then they're likely to do something like that. I've got some that I've started using recently, actually. There's one in my Artist Opus set as well, but then there's like brush cleaner. This conditions the bristles and whatnot and helps keep a point, and they last longer. The hairs don't fall out as often. Yeah. So you kind of do that. I've started using those specifically for the Artist Opus brushes lately because I don't want to break them. These are my older brushes, so I'm not bothered, and they kind of fork as I go. I mean, look at that. I just brushed that a couple of times and you can see a fork there, but that's fine because this is my basing brush. It just needs to get a thick coat of paint on stuff. The only brushes I've used so far that haven't forked since I've started using them to begin with is my Winsor & Newtons. They've all actually held their point quite well because all of the bristles... There we go. See, if I brush that a couple of times, there, it's still a point. Even though I'm pushing really hard and trying to split the brushes up, there, it's still a point. So they're a little bit pricier than normal brushes though, but I suppose there's a reason why. I'm pretty sure all of them do it as well. So if I brush. Yeah, Winsor & Newton have a habit of keeping their point. Take to note though, some, not all of them, but some of GW's brushes are actually made by Winsor & Newton, which are the brushes that I prefer to use. I mean, like, what's this one? This one's a small layer brush. There you go, see? That kind of keeps its point better than some of them. So, yeah. But no, Winsor & Newton are great if you want to do smaller details, or even the bigger one, which is the one that can do quite well. This actually is really good for pixel technique, because it holds enough like body of paint and it doesn't split as you dab the end on stuff, and it helps you pixel quite well.
But one way to keep your brushes better for longer is don't let the paint go into the...
Oh yeah, right. So this is important. So when... Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks for following. So an important thing is swat a fly when it sits on your hand. Is when using a brush. So now this is something that took me ages to get the hang of because I still do it now. And I've done it a lot with this brush because this is just my basing brush. But any other brush that you don't want to fork, you've got to be careful of the ferrule. So this metal piece here, the ferrule where it holds all of the bristles, when you're filling it up with paint, don't let any of the paint get to the ferrule here. In fact, don't even let it get past like 2/3 down. You want 2/3 of the brush only with paint. If it gets further and sinks into the ferrule is where it dries up and whatnot and starts allowing it to split, because all of the bristles can't then hold a point because it's like all mushed and all of the bristles are just coming out around the paint, which is normally what the brush soap is for, and thinner and stuff if you clean it and that and whatnot, but that will break your brush over time. With a basing brush, it doesn't matter. I mix this with paint and I'm just coating as much of the model as possible, so it doesn't matter so much at all.
Just try and get into the habit of keeping it as far down as possible.
What I've started doing is I've got a load of old brushes over in a thingy. They're really crappy pants brushes. I use this for like enamel washes and all kinds of crap. You can see that if you can see. There we go. See all that paint and colour in the bristles? It's just knackered. This is an old brush, bless it. But what I've started doing is on my palette, I've started using this to mix things, because as you mix, you get all of the paint into the ferrule, because as you're mixing it around and whatnot, you're mixing all of the paints together, it's pressing the brush right against it, and the ferrule is pretty much against your palette. So when you're mixing your paints, or even putting water in them, like watering them down, use an old brush, and then come back with a newer brush that you don't want to fork and whatnot, and gently press like the end of the brush into the paint, and get the paint on the end of the brush, and it'll keep it alive for longer. It does mean flicking backwards and forwards between your crappy brush for mixing and watering down, and then the brush that you actually paint your model with.
But it saves you money.
But yeah, it saves you buying new brushes, it saves you buying expensive brushes, and it saves you ruining them, and they last longer. So take care of the ferrule. That's the biggest part. I'd do that. I don't. Which one of these is actually this one's lid? Yeah, look after the ferrule. That's all that matters.
One of the thinner ones.
One of the thinner ones, so probably this one.
Because one of those is your
My ink brush.
ink ball.
Oh, out.
Or
So let's
GW
chuck those back.
opener.
Okay, so right, where was I? I got you on a
We've just done the mid-tone skin up to halfway.
mid-tone skin up to halfway, so that's where you mix both of them together.
What do you mean mix both of them together? I haven't even got
That's what I
the
said.
next one.
So you got two mid-tones. You got Xandri Dust, just flat Xandri Dust is a mid-tone.
Xandri Dust.
Yes.
So paint Xandri Dust from other end of gun to the centre.
Mix them together. So you got your Bugman Glow Mix as your mid-tone here, your Xandri Dust as the mid-tone on the end. Mix them 1-1 to paint the centre.
So I've gotten to the centre of the gun.
Yeah.
Then I put Xandri Dust in that mix.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I mean. So when I mean mixing paints and stuff on the palette down here and stuff like that, use the old knackered brush to scoop the paint out as well. So don't use the brush that you paint with to go into the paint spots.
Or put
Or
them in dropper bowls
yeah,
like
just
we
swap
did.
them into the dropper bowls, which takes.
It's a pain in the butt, but it's helpful.
Yes, I mean GW's line of like 300 paints. I spent a day and a half transferring paints. I spent like 14 hours just putting paints into the dropper bowls, which is why if you swap over to the line of Vallejo, which actually have way more paint choices than GW, they're really good. They have like 1,000 or something, 1,400 paints.
It's a stupid amount.
But yeah, they're droppable. They're great, and they got different types. Like game color is really opaque, so it's kind of exactly the same as GW's base. And then you got model color, which is more transparent and stuff like that. But that gets a little bit more
P3 is
confusing.
quite translucent.
Yeah, P3. P3 is also quite
It's very
transparent.
good layer paint or like.
They're not very
glazing.
good for base colouring though, because then they're not quite thick enough in pigment, unless
You
you're
have
happy
go
to do a
through
couple of
so
coats.
many layers.
Yeah, so right, so on one side of the gun
So with the mid-tone, just keep adding Xandri
until you get to the other end, and then once you've gotten to the other end, just use pure Xandri to come about a third the way down. See, this is why I said you probably should have written down like all three in different parts. So Bannet as in like the Pokemon Bannet. It's a creepy looking Pokemon, but it's cool at the same time. What are you doing this evening then, Bannet? Are you painting, chilling, building? Do you actually play? Or are you just getting interested? We have a couple of people come to the room and they're just starting up. Heck, a couple of people come to the room who have had like a hiatus from the game from like 30 years. That's older than I am. So they just haven't played Warhammer for longer than I've lived.
Okay, so mid-tone, gradually mix with Xandri up to the
Until
other
you get
end
to the
of
other
gun.
end. Once
Yeah.
you've done that, Xandri mid-tone, and bring it back until it blends them together. So start putting Xandri thick onto one side, but then start re-going over some of the highlights until it gets to about, I'd say, a third, because then it will look silly otherwise. Did that make sense to you?
I thought that's what the whole mixing and blending it up.
Yeah,
was
but
doing
if you
anyway.
keep mixing, that then means you haven't got straight up Xandri in the colour, because you've got a mix. Even if you put 1,000 parts Xandri, but then there's one part of the first colour, it's still not straight Xandri, is it? Does that make sense? Yes, Kai. Yes, it makes sense. I know, you're writing, you're concentrating. I still can't get over how big this pipette is. Why is pipette so big? It's huge, and I had to buy 25 of them to get just to get one new one. Oh, you play D&D? We recently lost our DM. He's not dead or anything. He just moved. I made it sound like it died. Yeah, no,
Lost it.
our DM stepped down, so we haven't got a DM. It makes us sad. But no, I paint D&D minis as well. I've painted a couple for some commissions. The owlbear. Oh, the new owlbear in Nolzur's paint set. Oh, that's such a nice owlbear. That was fun to paint. I just went dry brush happy on it because it picked up all of the feathers.
Well, they didn't want a very
Expensive, high-end paint job. So.
They pretty much just wanted like base colours and stuff.
Yeah, it's only D&D minis. D&D minis aren't exactly the most, what would you call it, detailed minis in the world. Especially the flashing on them.
Though.
The flashing on them can be a bit awkward. Do you know what? When he writes stuff like that, I literally just imagine him actually doing stuff like that. So right now I've got him sat there looking all posh, like holding a pan with like a little wooden spoon, and then just like peering over towards like his like phone or something.
PC
yeah, or his laptop. That's it. We got Posh Oogie. Feels all posh now. Oh, what you got so far? The new figurines. I don't think I've seen the new ones. I mean, we haven't managed to play D&D since C19 started, so... Are you interested in doing Warhammer at all, or are you just a D&D duder? Or dudette? So you got the glazing.
Mm-hmm.
Now you want to do just the flat Zandri. Oh, you put that down as the glazing. Okay, as long as you can read that and replicate it. Okay. Right. So this is where it gets a little bit awkward. Right. So you know the mid-tone mix. So you've got one side mix, the one side and the other side as a mix, correct? Add a little bit more Zandri to what you've made. You should probably call this the middle mix, because this actually plays a part.
What am I adding Zandri to?
Right. So we've got left side and the right side and the mid-tone mix. Yeah? Or the middle mix. So the middle mix is what blends them together, correct? Yeah? So say if you've got the middle mix, add a bit more Zandri to it to use as the highlight on the middle of the gun. Yeah?
But I don't have a middle mix.
You do. The middle mix.
I've got mid-tone mixing with Zandri until it gradients up. And then got Zandri on that end and glazing it down a little bit.
But that's because that's how you wanted to do it.
That's not a mid-tone mix.
But that's what I said. But then you said, oh, I could go
yeah,
from
but
one side to the other.
I'm writing it how I understand it. How I understand the direction.
Oh, this is awkward. Right. Do you know what? I'm going to do a pictogram. Could you give me some paper? If I do a pictogram, this might be easier to explain.
What do you mean a pictogram?
Pictures that explain stuff.
What's that?
Oh dear. That's a shame you're not interested in Warhammer, because Warhammer is actually really like out there as well.
That was your colour scheme for your model tomorrow.
My colours. Oh, thank God. I need that.
Well, no, you've written it on a notepad, so you're alright.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that just in case anything's different.
That was the paper.
Okay, right. So I'm writing that.
You're just putting it back over there, so that was the paper.
Right. So. This is my terrible, terrible drawing of this gun. Right, so I've technically split this gun into 3 parts as I painted it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So I've got the core, the end, and the mid. Oh, I can't even spell middle. I was about to spell Minun, the Pokemon, Minun. Big investment. Not exactly a big investment. It can be a little bit pricey, but GW is making it a lot more accessible and you can play smaller games. I think the best way for beginners to get into it, if they really don't want to spend a lot of money, is the game mode Kill Team. Kill Team is a really good way to enjoy games still with like 1 box of minis. So you could purchase a box for 25 or 30 quid and pretty much play from there. Which is a really good way to start it if you just want to get into the idea. But Warhammer is very verse. There's a huge universe and there's a lot of story to it. You can play narrative games. It can be competitive. It can be all kinds. Right, so we're going to dub these core, middle, end. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So on your core side, so forget your right job. Your core side has So we're also going to do a whole thing. So
they have brought in a new game mode called Crusade, and that's pretty interesting.
oh yeah, Crusade allows you to build up the game as you go.
To get into.
So you can kind of like build and paint models each month, and then play at the end of each month, increasing how much you're playing. So base
So that's
is
also kind of a good idea.
Bugmans. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the base for the whole model is Bugmans. Yeah. So once you've done that, you then gradient over your Xandri dust. So you gradient from one side, to the other side with Xandri dust. Yeah, building up more and more. Once you've then done that, so I'm going to put 1, 2. So once you've then done that, you then solidify. Xandri at end. Yeah, so this side. So this is end. So you then solidify Xandri at the end, and this is part 3. Once you've done that, oh, itchy nose, you glaze over the whole thing. So part 4.
No, that wasn't part. Wait. Oh wait, yeah, that's part 3 then.
So you then glaze your, what was it, 1-1 Bugmans? 1-1 Bug to Screamer. Oh, there's a hole. Yeah, that's part 4. Okay,
Over
following it so far? Yep, over everything. Then, what are you going to try and write this as you go in? See, the reason I'm pictogramming it is then so you can look at it and work out how you'll paint it from there, rather than me trying to explain it and you trying to decipher what I'm saying. Wow, that would drive me nuts.
I'm not OCD.
No, but I am, and you keep like changing the colour of the pen on the paper, or just, oh my god, that would drive me insane.
Crossing bits out, writing it above, writing it
So you're going to
below.
write this as I write the pictogram? Oh, okay, cool. So where are you at now? So
glazing over the...
because after we've glazed over the whole thing, we then go to the core side. And wait, what was the mid-tone? So there's a core mid-tone, middle mid-tone. So oh, I can't even write core. Core, middle, end. So apparently it looks like it says care. I've written care. I'm going to move this so people can actually see what I'm doing, so it doesn't look so boring as I'm explaining what goes on in my head somehow. It's difficult. My brain is scattery. It's really hard to explain what I'm hearing and seeing in my head. So mid-tone. So Xandri is the mid-tone for this side. That's simple. The mid-tone for this side was 1-1? No, it was 2-1. 2-1 of Bugmans and Screamer.
No,
and then
mid-tone is 2-1.
That's what I put. Yeah, mid-tones. The mid-tones are the core side. Bugman's Glow and Screamer Pink.
Oh right, you put that as core. Right, that's not the middle.
Yeah, core, middle, end. The core is like closest to the hand. I felt like that was more of a core. Right, so then to get the middle of the mid-tone, I simply just mix both of them together. So it's technically a 2-1-1 of Bugman's, Screamer, Xandri. Yeah.
Okay.
So we got that so far. So you've then done so all
what
of
was
these.
step 5?
No, my head is scary. I've tried to explain it once to Ju, and she nearly had an aneurysm just trying to follow what I was saying. The worst thing is my brain fires faster than I can speak. So as I'm talking, it's then concocting and generating new thoughts. So I actually start overheating. Like literally my head gets warmer, doesn't it? And I start struggling to keep up with myself. It's horrible. My brain is quick. But if only it was quick with like arithmetics and stuff like that, like maths. Right, so you've done this bit. So once you've done the Xandri, you then like do the Xandri over there. You've got the core that you've already done, and then once you've got the middle tone, you start doing the middle tone.
Number
on both
4
sides.
is glaze. Everything.
Yes, but this is after number 4. This is 5.
What do you mean that's 5? What's 5?
1. Base the whole model.
Yeah, I've got that. I'm at 4. So what's 5?
This part.
Yeah, but what is midtones? Like, what am I doing with these midtones? Am I just making them up on the palette and looking at them, or what am I doing with them?
Right, I'm with you now. Okay, so...
So I've just glazed.
Right.
Now what?
Midtone is a generic term
Yeah.
for a way of painting.
Right, okay.
So if I hold my hand up,
Yeah.
you can see here is all dark, yeah?
Yeah.
Here is shady, and the bit here is really light.
Yeah.
The part in between both the lightest and the darkest is midtone. So see this bit of skin here?
Mm-hmm.
That's my midtone.
Right.
So midtone is the middle of every part of the model. Yeah? So you pretty much layer it, if that's what you're looking for.
Layering.
You're layering it over the model, getting all of the highest areas and whatnot, leaving all the shades in the gaps. Yeah? So you're layering midtone. Wow, that's difficult.
Layer each section.
Do you know what? For this, I'm actually going to cover over my my palette. Don't know what that is. I think that's gravy. I think there's a bit of gravy on my palette. Good thing it was there for when the gravy went over it. So the layer is done in 3 parts. I'd do it in sections like 1, 2, 3. I'd do it 1, 2, 3 in that order. This music's really bland and boring, isn't it? I'm going to change this one. It's kind of making me feel a bit tired because I'm not actually painting. I think I've been on for an hour and 42 minutes, and I still haven't actually started painting my own model. To be fair, I was supposed to come online at 1 o'clock. I came on for like half an hour. Zerev was talking to me, and he was all excited that it actually notified him that I came online, and he came online with me. And then my Amazon order came, and all of my like microphone and multi-socket and whatnot, everything turned up. So I then had to come offline so I could put my microphone in and start moving around all of my computer and all of the arms that hold my camera and the microphone, the light and everything like that, and resort everything. Now, thankfully though, because I got the multi-plug, everything's plugged in. I don't have to lean over and swap over my hairdryer to my compressor to do my airbrush, or swap over to my Dremel to start drilling. They're all plugged in at the same time. It's fantastic. I'm over the moon with that.
You're not going to be used to it. You're going to be like, oh, I've got to use my hairdryer now, and get up and go, wait.
Yeah. Hang on a second.
Right. So, layer each part.
Yeah, so you've done the layer each part. Good. So once you get to the end...
What is step 6?
Step 6. Step 6 is where you start going off to the highlights. Now, this part is easier because it goes over everything. So the highlight is your middle mid-tone with an extra part Xandri in it.
So 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, 2, 1, 2.
So highlight.
Yep. And this highlight goes on to like the highest ridges on the front of the gun, the bit around the ribbing, and the end here.
I'm not actually looking, so I'm
I
writing.
didn't think you were, but everybody else knows what I'm doing. Sort of. They're probably just staring at the screen watching me point at stuff. And I'm feeling hungry now. Oogie, you made me feel hungry.
Because you said what to do, I'm sort of like, okay, I'm writing it down, and you're just like, and you do this bit, this bit, this bit. I'm like, I'm not even
My music might be a bit loud. Is that loud? It's getting louder. I knew it.
Yeah, probably turn it down a little. It's a bit loud for me.
There we go. A bit loud for you.
Well, yeah, I can hear it quite clearly.
Right, okay, so the 2, 1, 2 highlight
So highlighting where?
over the whole model. So all of the parts, right, so now you're watching.
So higher ridges.
So higher ridge here, the middle bit and the ridging bit, and this part here, and do it a little extra at the
So
end.
more edges than ridges.
No, because there's a part just here by the looks of it that also has that.
So highest area.
Oh. It looks like I used the middle tone as a first highlight for the core. It looks like I used the middle tone, which is the tone that brought them together. I used the middle tone as a highlight for the core. As its first highlight. Because it looks smoother. Yeah, it is. I can see it. curry. Why would you tell me what you're having? I hate you. I want curry. I'm going to come down there and nick it. Where do you live?
Don't worry, we're having enchiladas tonight. That's better.
We're having enchiladas. That's like my favourite meal. Now you're getting me really hungry. Why would you tell me that? I want enchiladas.
Well,
I know
the sooner I write this down and know what I'm doing, the sooner I can put it on.
And then I can start painting my model.
Because, you know, it goes in the oven for a while.
Mm. Right, so there's a part before where you wrote. So there is highlight just before that bit. Oh, this would drive me insane.
What is there though?
The middle tone. So the middle mid-tone.
So that highlight.
So 211. Oh, why would you write that?
For God's sake.
On the upside, I'm not feeling kind of OCD because it's your paint job, not mine. While I'm prattling around actually doing nothing on the screen, I could put... So Zerov has been bugging me to sort out my channel points. So the points that you earn down at the channel, and if you can see it, ban it. I'm not sure if it comes up all the time because some people have said that it doesn't. But there's like a little bear face down here in this corner of the screen. So if you hover your mouse like over the screen and then hover in the bottom right, you should see like a little bear face. If you click on that, you can see how much currency you've earned from that. I think it's like an app that I added that I didn't realise I added. So I started editing it and yeah. So my currency is called fluffs. You earn fluffs. Every now and then like a chest appears in the middle of the screen as well, and if you click that you get extra fluffs. You can't actually spend them yet though, so that's another thing that Zerov is complaining about. It was just something, because I'm a newer streamer, I haven't sorted stuff like that out yet entirely. Right, so that part...
Being an affiliate, you've only just been able to start getting channel points.
Yeah, so I'll probably change the channel points to the fluffs. Right.
So what is this highlight for?
Curry! This highlight is for the core. So it's your first highlight for the core.
So I'm just highlighting that area
Yeah,
only?
yeah. White Rose, you just like keep popping in and out of the room every now and then. I keep forgetting you're even here. For a second I thought you were speaking Spanish. I read that in a Spaniard's kind of accent. Cua Nemo seagulls. That was a terrible Spanish accent. I lose. But it was Q, Nemo, seagulls. Mine. I'm with you. It took a few seconds. Oh, that would drive me insane. Right, so then you got the highlight. So this highlight here is for the middle and the end. For the middle and the end.
What's for the middle and the end?
That highlight there.
You just said that's for all the highest areas.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it goes all over all of it. That was hard to say for some reason.
Yeah, highest areas.
Right, okay.
That's what he said.
Oof. Right.
Then next.
Nice. Right now, flat Zandri. Highlight only the end, the middle, and the core tip. So the highest areas. So Zandri Dust highlights the highest areas of all of it. If that didn't scribble just then, I expected you to throw it across the room. Getting really angry with a pen all of a sudden. Wow. Okay. What Right Rose just said.
Okay.
Oh god.
That's interesting.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Terrible but brilliant. You're not done yet.
I'm not?
No.
What else have you done? That's all you did.
Well, I then mixed bit by bit off-white into Zandri Dust as the edges.
Why?
See this nice little pale bit? That's off-white mixed into Zandri.
Does it really need that?
Yeah.
Is Andrew
Yeah.
not high enough?
No, this is the edgiest of edges. You don't have to. I mean, it just won't look the same as this.
Yeah, look at it.
Everything that's the very edge. Specifically for the round bit at the end of the gun. I kind of want to see that with some black on it, you know. And then there was actually another step I was going to add to it, but I don't... just stuck my finger in it. But I don't think you'll want to, now that you're giving me a frown that there's even like an edge highlight.
I just edge highlighted it.
Right, so my pictogram helped. Yay! My terrible drawing was useful. I used to be a pretty good drawer. I mean, I used to draw on Paint2Raise. I used to stream drawing. I think I used to draw rude stuff, though. People were interested in that, like furries. Yeah, I don't do that anymore. I found out I was quite crap at it, and it took ages to get into it, and oof. The community's nice, though. They're all very friendly, despite being into weird things.
This pen's just not coming out.
Do you want to go back to the black pen? I really want to see what this looks like.
What?
I just want to see what it looks like with some black on it. Which one? Which one?
Is it a 1-1 mix of those?
Yes. Yeah, nothing fancy.
That's the last bit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're done.
That's a really long stage. Just
I told you.
go.
I did warn you if you wanted me to work out a colour scheme. I mean, you gave me a picture and you said you wanted it to look like that.
I mean, I'm hoping it's not going to take that long. It looks like a really long colour scheme.
It took me less than 15 minutes.
Think? I mean, does that look like a really long explanation of what to do on a colour scheme?
You don't have to hold it now.
Does that look long?
It is long-ish. But it'll get faster as you paint it more and more. You'll get used to doing it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, you know, having to paint like 30 or 40 devours. I was just wondering.
Well,
it
took me half an hour to work out the colour scheme. To paint that colour scheme again, it'll probably take me 5 minutes to do one gun.
Okay, it's not too bad.
Well, it will take me 5 minutes to do one gun. I'm better at flipping between colours on a palette than you are.
I haven't been painting as well.
Right, I'm looking at this and I do want to add a step. You kind of just winced. Reason being, even though black is such a dark colour, I'm seeing a definitive line between these two that needs bridging correctly. It's also very difficult to do this without messing up the paint job. I mean, the gun is a really... Oops. Yeah, see, there we go.
It's really oops.
The gun is such a bright colour scheme, or light colour scheme. Too big. There we go. Anyway, the gun is a really pale colour, so painting black next to it is a nightmare. So unless you paint really carefully, like I kind of am here, next to it, so like coming down to it like this, and defining the line as best as possible. Or what I'm trying to do anyway. Yeah, see, it still looks all jaggedy between the black and the skin tone. So I'm thinking of adding something that will separate them. Which was simply, yeah, simple, shouldn't be too hard. That looks really nice with the black on it, actually, doesn't it? Lovely. Right, so what I was going to do was I was just going to get either Screamer Pink, pretty much like the opposite of... Oh yeah, I mixed it there, didn't I? It's Bugman's with a lot of Screamer in it. I think it's like 3 parts Screamer to 1 Bugman.
What was that for?
Hmm?
What was that colour for?
What's it for?
3-1.
3 Screamer to 1 Bugman. It's for this bit. I don't like it. Which tells me that just flat Screamer Pink should be fine. So I get just a bit of Screamer. Oh, that was loud. Mix a lot of water into that. There we go. We'll just try this. Not sure I'm a fan of that either.
I said so just leave it.
No, because it still looks weird. Kind of worked? Question mark? What about adding a bit of black to it? I don't remember which one it was. This one. Damn it, black is so impressionable. Let's try this again. Screamer Pink. Dab of black. What the holy heck? That's better. Ooh, that's actually a really nice colour. I've got to remember that. A bit of black mixed in with Screamer Pink. Ooh. Maybe the super messed up, really dark one with lots of black in it. So 1 part black, 1 part purple. Should change the streamer title to Painting Nids. You know what? I think I'll just leave it there. Only because it's bugging me. Yeah. What Volupus? I had that a second ago. Where's Volupus? So I said Volupus was too strong. Maybe it's strong enough for this. Where's my really thin one? That kind of worked. Ain't no Necron. That's what I said a second ago. I was like, I need to change my streaming title. I'm not painting Necrons right now. playing around with something. I haven't painted Tyranids for like 10 years. Don't know. I was just thinking, seeing if I could add something to it. It'll look fun, this is. So when are you going to paint them? I mean, you have your colour for your gun, you have your colour for your claw. You pretty much have everything you need to actually finish your model now. Maybe tomorrow while I'm struggling with my paint challenge.
I need my cable colour.
Cable colour?
My cable colour
Yeah.
is, from what I remember, mostly Screamer Pink.
Okay, do you have a picture of a model painted?
It's on my Toxicreme.
Where's your Toxicreme? Yeah, I feel like I kind of gave it like livery spots. Just, it was quickly done.
Not sure.
It was just, I don't know, it was just something for the larger guns, that's all. Don't need to do it. Right, here's your colours.
Where is my Toxicreme?
Now I'm doing my stuff now.
Okay.
I can actually start painting my model. Right, let's get a drop or two of water into this thing model. Right, something to wipe it on. Where's my silver palette? Oh, I've got to put the skin tones away. I chucked a load of skin tones in with the purple. I wonder why the purple bag looked really weird. It's like 5 or 6 skin tones in it. I think the background tunes have kind of gone a bit funky again. Well, it's not that they're going funky, it's just that it just sounds a bit off. Oh, don't know what I'm doing here. Ooh. Tighten bag. Oh, Sean back on. How's he getting on? What's he doing? Alright, let's get a blue tap. Cool. Silver palette. Tissue. Right. Let's get Necroning. No, it's make sure that this is in the right place. Oh, okay, it looks like I do need to zoom in a bit. Get back onto this dude. So I got my gold. Got my wet. I got my wet. Yep, I got my wet. I got my water. This sounds like a proper banger tune, doesn't it? Getting all quiet. This is making me concentrate a lot. And I'm also thinking about curry. That's entirely Oogie's fault. I really want curry. Even though I'm having enchiladas, which is my favourite. Funny that, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but oh. Oh, I don't think I've actually been highlighting this hand over here properly. I'm gonna have to do that with a smaller brush, I think. Yeah. Brush soap. Yep, brush soap. Wow. I knew I'd do that today. Friggin' knew it. Fluff my nuts. Yeah. Sounds like you got the evening planned. Oogie knows what's what.
concentrating?
I am, yeah. So I'm being really quiet. This is me focusing. Yeah, so apologies if I'm not very talkative or interactive. Just focusing a bit too much. Just binge for Cobra Kai, yes. Nice.
We binge watched that as well.
Yeah, we did. It was
I know
really
we're dying
good.
for the next season.
It was really good. Yes, do your painting.
Stay on stream though, paint with us. Are we painting after Nommy Noms as well?
You are? Yay. You gotta catch up. You gotta get your models done. We gotta be ready for the doubles. That doubles tournament is still going ahead. What's chill? Sorry, I'm not fully paying attention. I'm focusing too much. Why isn't it focusing? Double D.
What's double D?
I don't know, that's what I was asking. Oh, the team. I've just realised. Why double D? Yeah, the hardest thing about doing this stippling of the gold is seeing it. It's so hard to see what I'm doing because the glinting and the shining. Kind of glad that I'm doing the gold before I'm doing the black stone. Little scarab is so cute. Look at the little scarab. I'm gonna do the other one. Pretty much using this bit to get to all of the hardest to get to parts. I think I should be able to get to everything else. Oh, I'm holding it up here now. Alright, let's get back to the messier part. Yeah. Where's everybody working on at the moment then, if at all? I mean, we got Oogie's munching. I think he's going to be painting some more models afterwards. Who else is painting at the moment? Or we all just chill? I mean, Ju's going to be painting after food. So even Ju's painting. Huh? I'm just saying you're painting too. You know what I meant. Oh, okay, so you finished eating then. Building? I thought you'd already built them. Oh, yeah, I saw those. They look cool. I've actually been thinking about some supporters for my lizards. I've seen like this, or just a supporter rather. It's a single model and it's a 3D print, but it's a sexy skink. And I was like, I kind of want that. Failing that, being like Aztecs and whatnot, they would probably be more inclined to like slave human females or something. So I suppose like chained up women would be cool as well. You know, forced to like shake pom-poms. You're welcome. I don't know what image I'm being thanked for, but you're welcome. Hmm. What is this tunage? Leia's gold bikini, yeah! Giant buff-looking Saurus in Princess Leia's costume. That should be a thing. Even the music likes it. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. You obviously haven't seen what, like, furries and stuff like that. Anthropomorphic characters. Look up, like, an anthropomorphic rat girl or something. Maybe that would inspire better. Cosplayer, huh? Cool. No, I like the furry community. They're all really nice. They accept what everybody like enjoys and stuff like that. Pretty decent community. Absolute crap ton of LGBT and stuff like that, though. It's like the furries bring that kind of thing. I suppose it allows you to be more open, so they're more frequent now. do you cosplay, Rose? Anything you particularly prefer and whatnot? I know some people really like things like Monster Hunter and stuff like that, so they'll pretty much do only that. I think I used to talk to somebody that makes like the suits and the costumes. They use this weird like it almost looks like corkboard, but when you heat it up it's like malleable. And they make like armor panels and plates and stuff like that out of it. It's really cool. It's like awesome stuff. Now, as I stuck that in my mouth, I remembered it had the soap in it. Blah. Oh, that'd be a cool one. Dante, yeah. Barbarian Diablo 3. Oh. Do you have like pics of these? That'd be cool to see, like you're on your Instagram or something. Oopsie daisies. Oh, I think I'm actually going to go a step higher on this gold. I'm going to add what I was originally going to do, which was Citron Alchemy. Got to find it first. Oh, my chair. There we go. Citrine Alchemy. The Alchemy set. It's like slightly coloured but really pale colours. Really cool for highlighting golds. Yeah, a lot of people highlight their gold with silver. I'm not a fan of that. Gives it kind of like a cartoony effect. So I'm just going to use this stuff sparingly. Going to mix it together. So, just a 1-1. Wow, that's so... Yeah. In the Daily Mirror. Cool. Yeah, you're doing better than my claim to fame. That's awesome. Hey, Johnny T. How you doing? Oh, right, when I was when we were talking to... forgotten his name. My gosh. I can't remember what I was doing yesterday. That was it, Mohawk Minis. Thank you, G. I was not processing for a sec, so... Right, I think that this is going to be so sparing that I might actually not use the dabbing. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Mohawk Minis, that's the one. Oh, thank you very much for joining in my stream. I appreciate it. Oh, lovely. That sounds absolutely awesome. I am okay. I haven't really done much on my little duda here because I was helping out Juju with her Nid colour scheme. She really wanted like help with the gun, so I painted up the gun and worked out how she'd do that. I think that looks pretty snazzy. Juju, the more I look at the mottled bit, the like the livery spots, the more it looks awesome. Very sparing, very sparing. Use only little bits. You are going to do the patterns. That's cool. That's just my post. I was looking up, it's like, who's messaging? It's just my random stuff from Streamlabs that I keep forgetting. Are you literally getting ready for that camping trip now, or are you chilling for a bit? Are you perhaps painting to wind down or something? Oh, new painter, awesome. We got a couple of new painters. Yeah, we got a couple of people coming back to 40k, joining in 40k. Zerev in the room if he's still here. He's decided to join us in 40k. Going to take his leap soon. Going to be getting some Drakari. That is going to be cool. How new are you? Because I know like some new painters have dabbled in stuff, so. Oh yeah, Age of Sigmar. What do you collect? So you kind of do everything. $18 years ago. Whoa. Okay, well, yeah, it has been a while then. Yeah, Seraphon. I love Seraphon. I collect them as well. Hence why I got the Blood Bowl team. Made sense. Beastmen. Are Beastmen even still properly going? Because I know that they've had quite a bit of complication, haven't they? They nearly dropped the team. The Beastmen nearly didn't exist anymore. At one point. I think that was straight after they gave them a brand new model as well, the ugly flying thing. I used to play Beastmen in 6th. Wait, is that it? Are they still in Age of Sigmar? Alright, what colour do I want next? I wrote this down. So I've done the gold. Gun casing. Ooh. Right, let's put all the golds away. So this is what I want to get used to. Putting everything away first. Oh, actually. There is a little bit extra I want to do on the gold. I want to get some... Feels like a bit of purple and mahogany. I swear I had these colours somewhere. Actually, I should be able to do it with just the whole red. I can't remember what I did. Let's have a look. It looks like a really dark brown, like mahogany. Yeah, I'm going to get the mahogany. Sod it. Might mix it with a little bit of purple. Now I've just got to find mahogany. Oh yeah, they came out with that bull thing, didn't they? Nice. Where the fluff is mahogany? Black, brown, medium brown. What are you? What are you? Armour brown. Olive. I always find olive drab after. Ah, mahogany. Yeah. Ooh, nearly dropped all the paint. Whoops. You daisies. Now, this is a bigger model, so... No, that's fine. When I get into a... When I get a lot more people in the room and stuff like that, then I'll probably start... like, keeping traffic a little lower, but until then, you're good. So I was thinking of using some of this. I don't know if it'll work, actually. It's kind of like a reddish colour. Let's have a look. No, it's not quite deep enough. Maybe that's why I wanted to put purple in it. Let's find that. Where's the purple? Momo's looking at me like, ah. Do you remember what purple it was, Jeff? Royal purple, wasn't it? The purple that I bought for the washes. In fact, I got it written down like a muppet. Let's have a look. Oh, I closed it. Why did I close that? Where's my colour scheme? There it is. Royal purple, mahogany, dark sea blue, and black. Woof. Yeah, no, you do you. Have fun. Oh, camping. That sounds awesome. Whoopsie daisies. Where'd that go? Royal purple. There we are. So, mahogany, royal purple. And then dark sea blue and a bit of black. Oof. Don't know what, I can't remember why I mixed all those together. But because this guy's a little bit bigger, I want to go a little bit further and add even more contrast. I can't remember what dark sea blue is. I'm pretty sure it's a Vallejo colour. Where are you, dark sea blue? Or dark blue sea? Is it even in this bag? I've got a couple of paints out over here. Oh no, they're for my charity event tomorrow. Somber grey? Oh, it's because it's bluish kind of colour. Where are you, dark sea blue? I have a horrible feeling it's still out somewhere, and I don't know where I put it. Oh. Yeah, dark sea blue. Right, it's one heck of a mix. Blue, pink, blue, purple, mahogany, and then some black. Right, let's get these out. Dark sea. Oh, this actually has purple in it. So I got the mahogany, I got the dark sea, and then purple. Right, and then some black, which I've always got on my palette. Oh, here we go. This will be interesting. So let's get a crack brush for the mixing. So it's 2 parts purple, 2 parts mahogany, 1 part dark sea blue. So 1, 2, 2 part mahogany, 1, sort of, and 2, sort of, a part dark sea blue, and a touch of black. Ooh, that's a nice colour. Looks like I need more mahogany in that. Yep, that's perfect. Let's get that watered down. Wow, that's such a nice colour. Go me for doing that. Oh yeah. Then I'm using this to glaze over the gold. And I'm going to try and get some, like, bring some shadows back in and tie in some colours. Might add a little bit more purple to this. Maybe. My post of the next few fluffs. What's the next few fluffs? That's fine. You're doing your own thing as well. Oh, nice. 2K. I think there might be a bit more mahogany in that. Let's do that. Add a bit more mahogany. Wow. Mahogany seems like quite an impressionable colour. Ah, right, okay, this looks better. A little more transparent as well. The mahogany is an air colour, so it adds that little extra. $2,068 fluffs is 9k channel points off. I'm pretty sure the channel points, they do have something base you can do, like highlighting your stuff and whatnot, but I'm guessing everybody's saving their channel points for other stuff, just to, you know, for when I come up with things. I had Zerev messaging me earlier going, when are you going to do them? Do you know what, I might mix this with some of the Deathless Metal to give it some shine so that it's not nothing. But Deathless Metal will give it more of a colour, more of a really dark brown. I don't know, actually, that might have worked. Let's have a look. that's adding some nice contrast. I like that. Unlock what emotes? See, this is where I need a little bit of help. I'm not entirely sure on what everything is. I mean, I've already submitted 3 emotes to the to Twitch, and I'm still waiting for them to approve them. But can you earn other emotes and things that aren't ones that I've done or I've drawn? Oh, this is adding a nice effect. It's adding a really nice tint of purple brown, kind of allowing me to panel line areas as well, like these bits where they connect. I'm going to separate them up a bit. I might get like a watered down bit. Dab it. There we are. Dabba dabba dabba. Yeah, so if anybody's got any like suggestions for the channel point rewards and stuff like that, I'm all ears. I mean, being newer to Twitch, I don't exactly know much of the stuff myself. If there's anything that's on a lot of other channels and whatnot that you enjoy seeing and stuff, it's like, so what are you interested in like getting as rewards for the channel points and your captured fluffs and such? What do you want to see? Just let me know, write them in the Discord or something so that I can see them there. And I can start like increasing what's on the channel and whatnot, making it a little more interesting for you guys. Just make it a little bit more immersive, and you can feel like you've helped out as well. Sorry, Ju?
I said Brush for Hire does like 1 million channel points to paint a model.
Oh, really? Like, you could choose what he paints next and stuff like that as well. It's interesting.
Only of a certain size, though.
Ah, well, yeah,
Not
that
any model.
makes sense. I want to see Smaug!
You know, but that's an interesting one.
What, painting Smaug?
No.
It would be interesting, though. See if this purple kind of shade is actually doing anything. Yeah, it is. See, right near the spine. Oh, lovely. That's actually helping a lot, or changing a lot. Right now, I mostly want to put this colour on this guy and really start adding some contrast in his legs. I feel like I might not need to actually do this step, even though it's nice. Purely because I can pretty much do this with the enamel wash I put over. I might use this step just to like fix up some of the legs where I went a bit far in some places. I mean, my main issue is that this actually like gets rid of the shine a little bit. What I can use this colour for is chipping scratches and such. Oh, I can use it in the darkest areas as well. It seems to give it a new dimension of colour. Something a little better than just really dark, like brown and such. You can kind of see a really nice purple to it. Oh, quite like that. Enchiladas smell amazing. Enchiladas smell amazing, babe. Kind of sad with how this bit came out. It didn't really take shape very well. I think I put another couple of paints over it or something, and it just didn't really click. Can kind of tweak it with this colour though. Oh, I didn't realise I was painting so high up. Sorry about that. Kind of helped to define a lot of bits. Definitely had a cool effect. Made it a little less boring. I mean, it's added some definite contrast on stuff like the legs. Look at those. So you can definitely see the shape to it now. So it's helped quite a bit. And it changed the tone here a lot as well. Helps with these pieces here and the gaps. It really does just help add definition. Glad I did this stage, or this part. The only thing I want to do now is I want to get the same colour but in a thicker form and use it to do like chips and such. Oh, there's a panel I missed. What do I use to clean my thumb? I don't. After a certain amount of time it becomes hard and I just peel it off and scratch it with my nail. Or at the end, like at the end of the day before I go to bed, if it's still like there, then I'll use like just water and soap. I just wash my hands like normal. Nothing fancy. It's just a bit of paint on my hand. I don't exactly need fancy. Alright, I think the paint's gotten to the point, like on the palette, where it's just that little bit thicker. So what I might do is actually start using this to do these bits. Start defining parts now. So there's like dents and holes around like here. Gonna fill that. Although I might be wasting my time actually on... Oh, I haven't even done anything here. For stubborn stains, a flamethrower. Yep, exactly. Just torch my thumb. That's all I need. Nah, nah. Not if you're Teflon. Just pray to the Emperor a bit, and then just let them burn. There's a whole panel on here. I haven't even painted with a little bit of anything. What the heck? How did I miss that? Wow, didn't even notice. Let's catch that panel quick. Bit of this colour here, bit of dab, 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 dab. Add a little bit of the higher tone. There we go. God, that had me worried for a sec. God, if only all of the panels were as easy to paint as that. There we go. So you can actually see all of the shape of his legs and stuff now. Right, a couple of extra bits that I want to do. Like in here in the middle. I'm actually glad I did this part. Brass, copper, and gold paints. Well, right, when it comes to gold, like all over this dude, my favourite gold colours are definitely from Scale Colour. So, like, the scale line for golds are absolutely amazing. When it comes to brass, I actually prefer P3. P3 do some fantastic, like, brassy colours. They're also really good with copper as well. If you mix the two between, you can get good coppers. If we're going to say, like, silvers, I think Vallejo. So, like, Vallejo does the best silver, in my opinion. They're really good at doing the thinner silvers. So, 3 different lines. Notice that I didn't mention GW at all. GW are not great at doing metallics at all. Apart from this new paint, which I like. This new one here. So their newest silvers are good. So the Canoptech Alloy, Iron Warriors, Grey Knight Steel. Those are better. They've got like some kind of... it's like a... You can even see the way it flows. Look at that in there. It's got some kind of like alcohol agent in it. It smells like alcohol anyway. But that's weird because they're acrylic based and they're not falling apart. So they've added something, a new sort of medium to their metallics. So their latest range of metallics work quite nicely. But P3 is great for all of the dark, brass, coppery kind of colours. And then gold, hands down, is Scale Colour. Scale Colour's golds are absolutely breathtaking. I hope that was helpful. Oh no, of course, thin everything. When it comes to metallics, I actually like to thin it with glaze medium. So glaze medium, you can just use water, but what I found with water is it makes all of the little metal particles flow around in all kinds of directions that you don't want it to. The glaze medium helps it just run together better. It's kind of weird. I thin with all kind of mediums backwards and forwards, and I flick between them sometimes, but I found that best when it comes to metallics. Glaze medium works nicely. There's only one issue. It shortens the life on the palette. Because the glaze medium is pretty much just straight up acrylic, like thin acrylic. It dries fast, so even on the wet palette. So the acrylic medium goes gunky after a bit, so I add a touch of water to it as well, and it kind of seems to work. Right, that's the gold. Notice I didn't really do anything in the back here. Let's add a little something there. I've kind of neglected this bit here. The silvers and golds, they're not as good back here for some reason. There we go. I'm going to dot it by hand. So this is what they call the pixel technique. It's where you get the tip of the brush, you water down a paint, so the silver here, sorry, gold, and you tap. You literally, the reason it's called pixel technique is because you're literally just tapping in little tiny dots. I think it used to be called something else at one point, but there's another guy that dubbed it the pixel technique, and it kind of stuck for me because it makes more sense. I mean, you're making pixels, little tiny pixels. Kind of glad I came back and did this bit. It would have looked quite crap otherwise. Alright, let's get some of the other one. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad now. Very simple. There we are. It's kind of shiny, isn't it? There we go, that looks better down there. Much better. Nice. Alright, so what I want to do now is, while this paint is a little hardier, it'll probably be a little bit more obvious. Yeah, there we go. Definitely shows up a bit more now. Then I get some of my highest colour. I'm just gonna tap little dots. Oh, it's not even thin. Now what I'm actually gonna do is come back to this after. I just wanted to see if that worked. There we go. That little 3 scratches on his leg. I think it looks kind of cool. So I got a couple more colours before I finish him up. So my next colour, so I'm going to put my golds away because I'm actually done with the gold now, is the armour on the guns. So that is a nice grey colour. So if you weren't here the other day, I painted the best sprue ever. So this was like my practice sprue, and this over here was me practicing doing some kind of like stone effect, and I decided to use that for my guns. I quite like it. I love gold. Yeah. Oh, scale colour is actually pretty good for using bronzes as well. If you want to use scale colour for bronze, they got a couple of good ones like Victorian brass. Oh yeah, Victorian brass. That's okay as well. The weirdest thing about Victorian brass though is that even though you can't see it and it looks kind of red up here, if you mix any dark tones with Victorian brass, it goes green. So it helps you get a really old looking brass if you're looking to do something like that. It kind of looks a little bit like gold as well. So this was my test. So I used it to make a much. So you've already seen. Oh. So you've already seen this guy with the very reddish, vibrant gold, and then I did this. It's like a greeny, darker gold, and I did the greeny, darker gold with Victorian brass mixed with a bit of black, and it made it much much darker. And you see how it's green in the bottom half there. So it makes a much better, duller colour. So, playing around with different ways of getting different kinds of gold and stuff is fun. I need to learn how to do a really vibrant red gold at some point. Right, so, oh, that's stuck on the blue tag. That really threw me off for a second. Right, so I'm going to put that brush away. I've got to clean it tonight though, I can't forget. Because I've also got to clean this little pot too. But I don't need these. This is so hard to close. Darn it, Opus. But I don't need these until later. Until next time. So I'm just going to put them away. Juju, remind me to clean my Artist Opus brushes before I finish up. Can't forget that. Right, let's get rid of the gold. Where's the gold bag? Oh yeah, if you want a really, really simple gold, then Vallejo's done a couple of something called metal colour, and this is a rather greenish site, that kind of gold, but it goes on in almost one coat, and it goes through an airbrush like a dream. Let's have a look at this stuff. Pull some of this out. There we go. It's like a liquid gold. Whee! There we are. So that stuff kind of goes on in one stroke. It's got a lot of flow improver or alcohol something in it that makes it really, really flowy. But this stuff, you spray it on or you paint it. Yeah, see, that tastes like alcohol. There. So you spray it on and whatnot in one kind of go, and there's your gold. And you can just go over it with Agrax Earthshade or something, tone it down, and that'll do really simple gold if you don't want to go through any process and a half. Alright, what was I doing? That was it. I put my golds away, didn't I? Oh, and the gold that I just showed you. What I really need to start doing is like painting a dot of the colour of the paint into the top. Because I keep picking up colours, and you'll see if you watch my streams, I do stuff like this to check what a colour looks like. And it's like, I really need to start painting a dot into the lid. Was what a Vallejo one white or rose? I still haven't decided what I call you. There you are. You mean the gold paint that I showed you a second ago? Yeah, you on about the gold metal colour that I showed you a second ago? That's from Vallejo, yes. Oh, the Dark Sea Blue went on perfectly. Why does this one look like it needs like 2 coats? Yeah, the liquid gold. It's a Vallejo metal colour. They're like £7 a tub thingy though. There's a copper one as well. The copper one's amazing. In fact, I probably should have used that for some like copper cables and stuff. I forgot about that. Oh well. Right, I'm going to use Mr. Blowy. Speed this up. Actually, I'm going to take the lid off because I probably shouldn't heat up the paint. That's fine. There we go, that's 2 out of 700-800 bottles of paint I've got. Every time I use them I've got to remember to like paint the lid. So now I can see what colour both those are. See, dark sea, is it? Yeah, blue. Dark sea blue looks kind of green. In fact, it's not dry, so I should probably dry that one a bit more before I put that in the pot. Otherwise, that is not going to work. It looks like a bit of the purple is around it. There we go. Now I can see what colour they are. Straight off the bat. That'd be useful. Be a bit smarter. Right, so the colour next, I need Dawnstone for my gun casing. Ooh. Now, the fact that this guy doesn't actually have a gun doesn't matter. I am still doing it. Because I want to do something like, I want to put the gun casing colour on like this bit here. It's like the haft of the blades and stuff like that. And also, I want to put some of the gun colour here on like this panel thing, whatever this is. Yeah, it will indeed. That's why I did it. I should do it even more so. Although it would be a bit harder with things like that. If that had a white lid, it would be okay, which is kind of annoying. Okay, right, where's my greys? Let's get the greys out. Oh, I forgot about the Deathless Metal. The Deathless Metal, you can see what colour that is through the pot. You don't really need to do anything. So I'm going to leave that one. Over the golds, because I completely forgot about it. And then I've got 2 browns out still. Whole red and burnt umber. Right, where's my grayscale bag? Are you alright, Momo? Hold up. Oh, such a noisy chair. I'm very sorry if it's loud. Some Dawnstone. Which other greys do I need? Agrax, water, Dawnstone. Oh wow, this is actually a simple colour scheme. What? I've done a simple colour scheme? Oh, and then there's a bit of Rhinox hide. It's still in... Oh! Do I get to dip it in the stuff?
You done?
Oh. Tortilla!
Oh my god. So happy.
Momo went nuts. Oh, he dropped it. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Where'd you drop it? There it is. It's like a rabbit doesn't understand gravity. Rhinox hide? Don't you have that out?
No, but try a bath out.
Oh, okay. No, it doesn't, does it? Shocking.
If you've got browns out, do you want to put still leave them back in? Don't need that one.
Is it weird that tortilla somewhat tastes like a raisin?
Yeah.
Thought so. Just checking. Right, some Dawnstone. Heck yeah. I love the way this palette's working. Your palette paper was so much better than my palette paper. Yours was cheaper as well, wasn't it? I mean, look how much space I've saved because they're all receding into themselves. I have so many colours on my palette right now. This is going to really help me tomorrow. Heck yeah. And I got a palette cam for tomorrow. Yeah! Little happy angry baby. Rah! Happy angry baby, that made sense. I suppose you could be hangry? No, that's hungry and angry. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I know the meme you're on about.
Yeah. The little baby getting super excited. Just realised, why have I got this one out? It's like a line brush. I got a better brush for this. Let's have a look. I've got freaking plenty of brushes. Which one do I want to use? What's this? A layer? Medium layer? Oh, this one looks useful. What's this one? Games and Gears. What? I had something like that? And this is just a sable brush. Oh, what's this one? What's this one? Detail. No. Do you know, I might not read what it is. I'll just grab one.
It's the old Citadel brush.
Yeah, maybe an old Citadel brush, but I think this one will work. I'm going to use this one. and chuck stuff all over the table.
I liked it when they did the ends of the paintbrushes.
I'm surprised they don't still do that. I mean, it makes it simpler for newer players to see and go, oh, right, so I need the orange one, and yeah, so on and so forth.
I think like the base brush was blue.
Purple was the wash.
Detail brush was yellow.
I remember the
Layer
wash brush.
was orange or something like that, and the wash brush was purple.
Have you started painting yet, Uggs? You said you were going to paint after your nummy curry. How did you hold up on holding up that claim? I'm going to tweak him. Oh. There we go. I can get under the brush now. That's blade. Oh no! But you were going to get some Fire Warriors done. You're never going to get that unit done if you chill so much. Well, I've been up since 6:20, so close enough. I'm kind of curious what your commission's going to be like. I've been thinking about it like this whole time. What team is it at least? Because you haven't worked out your colours yet or anything. you said you were going to do those Sunday. Yeah, I remember something. But I kind of want to know what's coming. See, the coolest thing is once I start, once I get a commission here, like now that I started my channel, whoever like owns the model can actually watch me paint their model, rather than just like waiting for it to happen and for somebody to say, yeah, I've done something. You can also like, I can get your advice on it, like if something looks good, if something needs changing. That's going to be so cool. It's also going to be nerve-wracking painting somebody's model in front of them, but I reckon it'll be useful. Customers trying to kill a Hydra. Wait, what now? What the heck? Did I just miss something? That was meant to be gold. Humans, black fabric, purple armor. Oh, that dude, that is going to be cool. Are they going to be the new humans? Like the nobles? Like, with the little fat dude and the guy with a pipe in his mouth? Because I'm not going to lie, I was looking at them, and I was like, I reckon it would be really cool to paint some of them. I was thinking about doing them like in purple and yellow. Seems regal. Oh, okay. Oh, dreams shattered. Nah, it'll be fine. What's the time countdown for food, Ben? No, he's kind of holding something here. Like this. So he's got the finger and the claw, but then it goes through to like this thing in his hand, and I didn't know whether to paint that. This stony colour. Right, I'm with you now. I thought you meant the customers were killing a Hydra. I was so lost for a second. Had you said the customers were like a Hydra, I'd have probably worked that out.
I know how you mean, Phil. Customers are very annoying.
It's like, to be a customer, you suddenly turn into a different breed, because customers are just dumb.
They really are. It's like, as I work at McDonald's, you know, we have like banners and signs up everywhere saying exactly, you know, what you do, what we've got, what we don't have. Yeah, as soon as they come through the drive-through, it's like that the banners and everything that are really big and everything that you can't see, that they just don't see any of it, and they ask you questions and everything. It's like it's right there in really big letters. Like, as you come in, you can't miss it. Yet they still come and ask questions.
Ignorance. They don't care.
It's like, ugh. Wastes my time having to go, no, we do not have that. Would you like something else instead? And they go, oh, I thought you would have that. No, still on reduced menu. We don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have that.
Fluff off.
I know. It's like, what's the point in putting signs on?
So that you can say there were signs.
They still argue the point that, oh, it's probably put in a bad sign or a bad place, I didn't see it. Like, yeah, you're just ignorant. So I can't even count on my hands how many times someone asked me for a bagel or porridge today. When it says on the sign outside. Still not doing bagels or porridge or anything, and we're only doing the muffins and the snack wraps. The flatbread. Literally it. Just muffins, just flatbread, and pancakes.
I'm suddenly regretting doing this colour on this gauntlet. This is a really hard, difficult bit to paint.
So yeah, you must have a magical stash out back somewhere that you're just not giving us. It's like, no, we're
I
out.
had that when I worked in Tesco once. A long time ago when I was working in Tesco's, I was stacking shelves, and a customer asked me for something, and I was like, no, we don't have that. And then they were like, do you have any out back? And I'm like, no, what's on the shelves is what we have. And then she goes, are you sure? I was like, yeah,
Yes.
I'm sure. I'm not hiding this from you. We just don't have it. And
If
then
we
she's
had
like...
it, I would go out and get it for you.
And then one of my friends, a dude who was working in like literally the next aisle, she went to him and asked the same question because she didn't believe me. She really thought I was hiding them. And he'd come over because he's got really good hearing and he could hear us in the last aisle. And he comes over and he goes, did you just get this dumbass woman ask you if you didn't have anything? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, oh, she just came over and asked me the same thing. I was like, oh, okay. He thought it was hilarious.
I mean, the only thing I do whenever I go into shop and something's not on the shelf and, you know, it looks like they're getting a load of stock out the back, I ask someone, you know, do you have that in stock at all, like out back?
Are
If
you
they
sure?
say
Yeah,
no-
that's the bit that annoys me. Are you sure that you
Yeah.
don't have them?
Yeah,
And
if
I'm-
they say no, then I'm like, do you know when it's coming in at all? Like, you know, just in case they know if, like, they're getting another shipment in soon. If they don't, then I'm just like, okay, thanks. You know, I don't I don't keep pestering them going, you sure it's not our back? You're hiding it wrongly.
There's a step up, though, from that. There's the person that doesn't believe you to the extent where they say, could you go look for me? I've even had one of those where you can say as well, I just stacked those, we have nothing left if they're not there. And then they still ask you, could you check anyway? I'm like, what do you mean check anyway? It's not there.
I think I had that once when I worked in Pound Stretch. I just walked out the back for 5 minutes and then came back out. But I literally just like stood in the out back for a bit. But I had a thorough look and no, we still don't have any, I'm sorry.
Wow. You go, G.
They gave me like a 5-minute break. They were just adamant that I had something out back, so I was like, I'm definitely going to check for you, but I don't think we have any.
Wow.
I just didn't want to deal with them asking, so I just acted like
Sometimes you've just got to be compliant to a customer just to get them to stop being stupid or annoying.
So leave me alone.
Lucky you, I think. I'm being really gentle with this, but I've just realised I'm pretty sure that I'm painting this thing that sticks out the same colour.
Yeah, anyone who works in retail knows the struggle and aggravation of the job, and you know, you can kind of know who, as you said, works as retail or is just a normal customer by, you know, how they treat you. You know, you don't get any Karens coming in, like complaining. It's like, It's like, okay, yeah, you don't have that. I'm cool with that. I know, it's fun, isn't it? You just get a little break. It's like, I was looking for something out back. If someone comes and asks what you're doing out there, they ask me to go look. I'm just, you know, fulfilling my customer service duties. And I'm not one of those people that gets all huffy over people who make mistakes, like on tills or something. Because I know how annoying it can be, like putting something wrong through the till and having to resort it and re-put it through.
I hate when people do that. It's like, you're such a douchebag.
I know, it's not their fault. Or sometimes when something doesn't scan properly, or it doesn't have the right code, or the barcode's been ripped, or it's been stuck on weird and it doesn't go, they've got to call someone over to get another one to scan that one, and yeah, you just get some people go, oh, this place is useless, and it's like, just stop.
You're welcome to pack it yourself. Poison. Okay.
See, people just don't read. They see product recall and they're like, oh, I wonder what's wrong with it. It's like, it says on the poster, there's bits in it. Yep.
Hey, welcome back, Zero. Did you fall asleep again?
Or it's just lurking in the shadows.
This gauntlet's taken forever. It's the most awkward thing I've ever had to reach in and paint. Interesting subject for chat.
I love it when people ask for the manager and you're the manager.
Just do a spin on the spot. Hello there, I
Can I
am the
help
manager.
Just the look on their face is priceless.
Only these two bits that actually have this colour on it. Oh, okay. I'll remember this.
Zero doesn't usually get tired.
Food, want food. How much longer is food? Huh?
Yeah, soon. What's that?
That's random. Are you just challenging yourself? Has Gareth ever done that?
I would think it'd be quite satisfying. Don't think so. Not that I know of.
What am I listening to? It said on the channel name it was music. I question YouTube.
Is that just something your body does, or you just like to stay up?
Oh yeah, why did you stay up for 24 hours once a month? Need a completely reasonable answer for this now. I'm expecting like an answer. I don't know, I just like to.
Are you doing any kind of marble effect for the handle?
Marble effect? No, it's stone. I'm doing stone. You've seen the colour already when you watched me do my 2 Necron warriors. It's the colour they had on their guns. You know, the grey stone. I mean, in the larger models, I can add cracks and stuff, I suppose.
Hmm.
This tune. What the heck?
I guess marble is kind of stone, isn't it?
It's not
So
kind of.
something that-
Marble is a stone.
Well, I didn't know if it was, you know, like more gem-like.
Gem's a stone as well, though. But I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's kind of its own thing. It's more of the compressed stuff.
It's not a favourable time to be doing that.
I've been not sleeping well the past couple of nights, but I'm not sure if that's just because I've had to wake up at like 6 AM for work or what, but I'm hoping tonight I can sleep better. Because it's just laying there pretty much with my eyes closed is not, well, not very fun. Right, let's go check the food. I've turned it around and everything, but I'm just waiting for it to kind of, you know, do
Finish.
the whole goldeny lava thing.
Golden lava thing. Oh, fluff. That was nearly a fluff my nuts moment. Oh, this is a hard part. Do we have molten lava? Almost. I want food. I want food.
I know.
You promised me nummies.
You cannot rush food perfection.
You can. It just won't be food perfection. Hate looking at a model part and not knowing where to begin. Oh, cake. You're one-upping every time.
I want cake.
I mean, I don't want cake because I don't really like cake, but still.
There's the fact I can't go out and just like buy a cake because it'll go to waste because I'll be the only one who eats it, and then I can't eat all of it because I feel, well, fat. So, you know, I only kind of want a slice of cake. I mean, it'd be really cool if stores did slices of like a chocolate gatto or something like that instead of you having to buy a whole blooming cake just for yourself. Then it just goes to waste. I don't like wasting food.
Sorry.
It's not your fault you don't like cake. But again, I don't want to make myself an entire like chocolate gatto or something just to have like one slice. That's why I kind of get happy when there's birthdays, because it's like, oh, cake, I can have a slice of something. Just randomly have a slice of cake somewhere. There's usually the cheapy crappy ones you get from stores and not an actual nice proper made cake.
You make it sound like you don't buy cake from stores.
I do, but you gotta get good ones, you know, not some of the random party ones that you can get.
Well, here's the upside. I do like the cake that Juju makes. She makes cake that just tastes different, and I can eat that.
It hasn't got preservatives in it for one thing.
Maybe that's it.
If I knew how to send cake in the post, that'd be alright. Yeah, most shop bought cakes are literally all just manufactured by robots. And it's just stuff all shoved in and cooked and, you know, sort of regiment in a box, guys. There's no care, there's no attention. There's no sort of like, you know, mixing up flavours, like, you know, putting a bit of vanilla essence or a bit of cinnamon powder or something in it to make it like zing. Or adding that dash of milk to like a buttercream or something to make it just a little bit more fluffy.
Fluffy.
Creamy. God, I love buttercream. Oh.
You love buttercream too much.
I mean, when we used to live with my mum, I used to make a couple of cakes, and she'd always be hovering whenever I made buttercream. She's like, "Are you done with that by any chance?" I'm like, "Why?" She's like,
Yes, when I am, I'm having
I
it.
want the rest of the bowl. It's like, you're not going to eat the rest of that.
She does.
Oh, I'd have to up my game. I'd have to make a really good cake. With all the trimmings, like, you know, chocolate ganache and chocolate buttercream and spongy, moist, fall apart cake, not dry. It's got to be a really good chocolate cake. It's got to be rich but not too sickly. It's like the perfect chocolate cake. It's like the dream. I have to admit, every now and then when I'm making a cake, I will sort of taste the buttercream. Yeah, taste.
Did you just quote when they can't see you?
Oh yeah.
Put a little quotation.
Maybe some like you know, the top of the cake that you sort of like carve off, like the domed bit, sort of like dunk that in some of the buttercream.
Right, I think that's the grey. I'm pretty sure I've probably missed a bit of grey somewhere. I hope not.
It looks so lovely.
I wonder if I should do these little nozzles the grey as well. Well, yeah, shot it. Adds a little something elsewhere. There's not enough of this colour on the model. Trust me to choose to do a really tiny part. Is it edible?
Yeah, just letting it rest for a couple of seconds.
No, don't let it rest. Just melt your mouth. Nom, 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 nom.
I feel like it's gonna like melt the spatula. Are you more up north, Rose, or down south?
The deep south.
You mentioned like a 2-3 hour trip. Do you know where we live? Like, do you know roughly how far away you are?
I think I've told them before.
Aww.
Aww. What a lovely sibling.
Now I really want to make you cake. Have something to snack on at lunch.
Changed my mind. I didn't want that bit grey. I want this bit grey. Eggs and chicken. No, that's a pretty good way to live. They're really good for you.
It's just not like frozen pizza or something. Or ready meal.
Now I'm going to wait for these to dry to actually give them the second coat. I don't need Mr. Blowy. I'm on the, I just went back to this one. It's pretty much dry by the time I did the other side. So now this one will be dry, and I just go over this one again. Here we go, little tiny bits of grey. The A43 is pretty long, but I suppose, yeah, if you're living up in Yorkshire, then you're quite far from it. Right. So this is going to be the end of my stream for now. It's a shame I missed out like 3 hours or something just because I had to set up all of my speakers, microphone and everything, and yada yada yada. But oh, we're all good. Unfortunately, I haven't got enough done to actually post on my like Instagram or anything like that. I suppose I could actually post this guy on my Instagram as a whip. And I haven't had anything from on my blog for a while, so I need to post him up on that as well. So yeah. So thank you everybody for keeping me company. And I'm actually online tomorrow because I got the little charity challenge thing going on tomorrow. So I'll start that at 7 PM GMT +1. So hopefully plenty of people join me in for that and watch me struggle to paint a model with 5 pastel colours for some reason. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be on a little bit earlier before then, because otherwise I'll be nervous if I just start straight away at like 7. So what I'll do is I'll probably pop on like an hour or 2 hours early, just, you know, so that I can paint up a bit of Szeras and enjoy myself. And then I'll get a little bit calmer by the time it comes, and then I'll panic while I'm trying to paint something pastel colour. So yeah, I hope to see you guys online tomorrow with me and watch me have fun and whatnot. So yeah, thanks for keeping me company, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Ta! Completely forgot to raid someone. I've got to raid someone. Who am I going to raid? Gonna go raid Wartop. He's building stuff at the moment.